5 o'clock on the dot this Tuesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. The heat wave going to hold off one more day. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Well, police have released the description of the car they're looking for in that road rage shooting in Antioch on Saturday. An 18-year-old driver was shot in the mouth but is expected to survive. Witnesses tell Channel 4 about hearing the shots. They're along Murfreesboro Pike near the AutoZone.
Nobody really messed with each other. But once we heard that the gunshots, we were just like, wow. Like, how can a calm area just get like that in a second? You can't even go out these days because you never know what could happen out there.
Yeah, police say they're looking for a white Lexus sedan that is missing its back bumper. A Nashville judge is threatening contempt of court charges over more leaked documents from the Covenant school shooter. The Tennessee Star and its editor, Michael Patrick Leahy, claim to have more than 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. If the documents are authentic, this would be a second leak of Covenant school shooter documents, and Judge Aisha Miles has set a hearing for next Monday, ordering the Tennessee Star and Leahy to appear. A civil rights icon has passed away. James Lawson Jr. was an activist, a reverend, a doctor, and one of the main teachers of nonviolent protesting in Nashville. Bernice King, daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., says Lawson worked alongside her father, spreading peace and nonviolence across the nation.
They were colleagues in this movement, and I'm sure, almost sure, just talking to my mother, they swapped, notes. They left some very important and critical things that we can use today.
Lawson's family this morning says he passed away after a long illness. Later today in Middle Tennessee, grocery tax changes will be up for discussion in Hendersonville. A proposal seeks to lower the rate from 2.75% to 2.5%. The city's mayor and board meets at 7 o'clock tonight. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks rose ahead of a busy week. The Dow closed up 69 points, the Nasdaq added 59, and the S&P gained 14, closing at a record high. All eyes are on the Federal Reserve this week. The decision its Open Markets Committee makes could set the tone for the rest of the year. Some experts think they could adjourn the statement, saying that they're seeing meaningful progress on inflation so far this year, and that could mean rate cuts could be coming. Then again, the central bank could do nothing and might leave rates right where they are. We also expect a number of top-tier companies to report their latest earnings in the coming days, including Oracle, Broadcom, and Adobe. Activist shareholder Elliott Investment Management is taking a nearly $2 billion stake in Southwest Airlines. It says the carrier is failing to keep up with other airlines and suffers from outdated technology and operations. The group wants to fire the CEO, Robert Jordan.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 121, S&P down 11, NASDAQ down 49. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Tuesday, June 11th, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver. Man, there's a lot going on. By the way, very quickly, at 6:35, really looking forward to a conversation with Jonathan Fahey, our legal analyst. All the latest on Hunter's trial and also Donald Trump's call with his probation officer. That is coming up at 6:35. 7:35, all the latest on the Middle East and Israel with the Heritage Foundation's Stephen Bucci. So a very big day indeed. And there is a lot going on, of course.
It's ineffective. It's bullshit what he signed.
That is, of course, former President Donald Trump talking about Joe Biden and his executive order as the crowd there in Las Vegas agrees with former President Donald Trump talking about how it is BS. I love this headline from Politico. You ready? Trump embraces harsh immigration rhetoric during Las Vegas rally. And I thought, okay, so he used a couple of bad words. Big deal. But you know what I would say to Politico? How about if I give Politico some headlines that should inspire harsh immigration rhetoric? Here's one from just yesterday. You ready? Mother and daughter killed in fatal car crash. Illegal immigrant charged in this heinous act. So, yeah, you know what? I think for the American people, I think we would all agree.
It's ineffective. It's bullshit what he signed.
And especially when you see the crimes that are being committed, the people that are being killed. And this is a headline that we see over and over again. So I'm sorry, Politico, that the former president is using harsh immigration rhetoric. But what else would you suggest? I would say to Politico, when you see headlines like that, mother and daughter killed in this fatal crash. An illegal immigrant has been charged in this, again, I will call it a heinous act, getting behind the wheel of a car. And this is a person who obviously, illegal immigrant, shouldn't even have been in the country. This is another big story in the last couple of days. You ready? The mayor of El Cajon, California, found some IDs of some little girls.
These are two IDs from little children. And you know, since the Biden administration has taken over and allowed all these up to 20 million people come across the border, there's 400,000 little kids just like this that are completely lost. We have no idea where they are. And I've got to be honest, I'm very fearful that they're involved in the most horrific form of sex trafficking. You know, this is serious stuff, everybody. We need to stop this. This is not America.
Yeah, so he's holding up in this video. He's out in the middle of the desert, out there in the middle of God knows where. And he's holding up these IDs to the camera. And it is heartbreaking because those little girls right now, they're being sex trafficked here in America somewhere, or they could be buried in the desert. And so when Politico and their screaming headline says that former President Donald Trump embraces harsh immigration rhetoric, well, you know what? Those stories inspire that kind of harsh immigration rhetoric, does it not? Of course it does. It's like, oh, the pearl clutching of Politico and some of these other folks out there. Does he have to curse? You're damn right he's got to curse. Do you hear what's going on? Do you see what's going on? Of course he has to curse. That's how the real American people feel about what is going on in America today. They are pissed off. And they should be pissed off. Because we got little girls being sex trafficked through the desert. We've got American citizens being killed by these illegal aliens one way or another. So, yeah. Sorry if you can't embrace the harsh immigration rhetoric, but what about the ramifications and the consequences of what is going on in this country with Joe Biden's immigration policies, as in he doesn't really have any? It's like outlets like Politico. They want to focus on the harshness of Trump's language, than the harsh reality that we all face here in America. Now, yesterday we told you that various outlets were reporting that they were more interested in, the Biden administration was more interested in catch and release. Basically, that is what their policy is. The executive order that Joe Biden signed is like a bunch of smoke and mirrors. They're more interested in catch and release than trying to protect the southern border. And so basically how it goes is that unless you're from these 6 countries, you've got Uzbekistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Georgia, Moldova, and Kyrgyzstan, they're going to allow you, if you're from any other country, they're going to allow you to be processed and let in. Basically, again, catch and release. And so the reason being, they say, is that sending these guys back to those countries is basically impossible because those countries will not allow you to send them back. So if you're from Iran, North Korea, and China, come on in. And yeah, that is a big problem, obviously, that we have in this country. This is Senator Eric Schmidt.
Well, they have a long-term play here because you don't need to be a citizen to be counted in the census. That's step one. And then if you give amnesty, allow them to vote, they believe that's their path to more power, more control. And if you needed any further evidence that, number one, Joe Biden's a liar, and two, that they're the open borders crowd, this is Exhibit 5,438.
Yeah, I mean, what more do you need? So when you look at the executive order that Joe Biden signed, you look at the countries that are allowed into our nation, whether it's, again, Iran, China, North Korea. I mean, I could go on and on about the countries that hate America. And they're just allowing all of these people in through just a massive version of catch and release. And, the reasons are obvious as to why. We've had Senator Haggerty on. We've had Senator Blackburn on. We've had, any number of congressmen will tell you the same thing. And so when you look at all of this, then, yeah, the harsh immigration rhetoric that Politico is pearl clutching over, you know what? They're lucky that the only thing that Donald Trump is saying is that it's BS. And by the way, there's a lot more that the former president said about Joe Biden's piece of crap executive order that really doesn't do anything except allow more people into our country. And people said, and I said this the day that it was signed or the next day that it was signed and it came out, and that was that, quite frankly, this is not going to do anything to stem the tide. And that's not even what it was designed to do. If they really did want to keep people out, then what they would obviously do is 3 words: build that wall. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. Nice day today, sunny and a high of 80 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do admit to being bemused by the pearl clutching of Politico and all of these other places for, basically condemning the embracing of this quote, air quote, harsh immigration rhetoric that Donald Trump and, by the way, the American people are starting to employ. I mean, I played you the audio several times. Donald Trump saying that the executive order by Biden was BS, and then everybody started chanting BS. Let me ask you a question. Who do you think, whose policies are closer to what the American people want? Is it Donald Trump or is it Joe Biden? Obviously, it's Donald Trump. That has been well documented over the last several years. I mean, it is obvious. And you know what? With Biden, it wouldn't actually be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that he has been lying to us and his administration has been lying to us for years, telling us that the border is secure when everybody could tell that it was not. Back to this guy, Eric Schmidt. He is a senator out of Missouri. He was on Fox News last night, and he's talking about why Joe Biden is seen as a liar and complicit in this invasion.
No, this has never happened. No one's ever done this willingly, allowed and actually been complicit with an invasion of our country. They don't believe in real borders. And sadly now, Americans literally are dying. And I fear it could be worse. I mean, there are terrorists here who are operating in the United States. And again, the Biden administration is willing to trade all of that for some sort of electoral advantage, they think.
And now we find out, saw this in the news this morning. I'm not sure when it came out, some point yesterday, that Joe Biden might actually be thinking about a wide-scale amnesty program to appease the left. The policy would impact the undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens and would be the largest immigration relief program since 2012. And so, when they talk about Biden losing on the issues, we see evidence of that daily. This morning he is at another all-time low. That's right. Biden's hit an all-time low in approval ratings, 37.4% at Nate Silver's 538 yesterday. Now, that is in case you don't know, Nate Silver and 538, a very well-respected polling company. So now Silver tweeted out the possibility of Joe Biden dropping out. I don't know if he's going to. I doubt that he is. But I personally would like to see Joe Biden stay in. But here's the deal now, is that now you have the media. They are absolutely hyperventilating over all of this.
Look at this tremendous shift. Oh, my goodness gracious. Now to 2024. Biden's dropped by 8 points, 51%. Trump is up 12 points to 44%.
He is losing. He's underwater. And with the Israel-Hamas war and the Russia-Ukraine war.
Many national polls that show, if anything, Donald Trump seems to have an edge in this race. What is President Biden doing wrong that this is the case?
I love that. What is President Biden doing wrong? Let's see. I don't know. The vast majority of the American people do not approve of his handling of the border and illegal immigration. So let's go ahead and provide amnesty for millions of these illegal aliens. So, yeah, that would be something that Joe Biden is doing wrong.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
Well, there's the inflation rate. That is still really high and stuff is still really expensive. So, yeah, there's that.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
Well, he keeps demonizing the former president and his supporters. He keeps talking about Nazis and Hitler and all of these other things that they accuse roughly half of the American people of being, when quite frankly, we are not.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
He keeps giving billions of dollars to Ukraine while we're all suffering here at home. That is a big one.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
He paid off the student loans of elite college kids while the rest of us are trying to make ends meet. And so it goes on and on. Oh, and by the way, one more.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
He can't put two words together. There is that as well. So clearly, I don't know if the president is going to drop out of the race. I don't know if they're going to try and maneuver him out of the race. I don't know what's going to happen. But what I do know is that when you ask the question, what is the president doing wrong? Here's the thing. It's not one thing. It is actually multiple things that Joe Biden is doing wrong, and the American people are incredibly angry. Incredibly angry. And that's why the president, the former president, Donald Trump, talking about how this executive order and the comment by and large about all of this is that it is BS. That is what Joe Biden is doing wrong. And so these members of the media, they can sit here and they can hand wring and hyperventilate about, oh my gosh, Joe Biden, he's underwater. He's now down at a approval rating, 37% or whatever it is. All-time low, yet another all-time low. And they're shocked? Why should they be shocked? The fact that they even have to ask the question, what is Joe Biden doing wrong, tells you that these members of the media, they don't even connect or understand what is going on with the American people. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open. Would love to hear from you at 615-737-9986. Want to tell you about my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. Now, I've been a Beehive member for years now, and those benefits are always changing to meet your needs. Now, that's why it's a great idea to sign up to be a Beehive member because of those benefits. Now, realize that you're saving money in the long run by maintaining your system along the way. And right now, you can actually enter to win a free round of golf for your dad at Hermitage Golf Course when you sign up to be a Beehive member. You got to do that this week. That deadline is coming up on June 15th. That is going to be this Friday. So take care of Father's Day and your HVAC with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com. They are your Rude Pro partner. 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver's got the news at 5:30. Ken, what's coming up?
Contempt of court charges could be coming over another leak of Covenant school shooter documents at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 528. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I've got a homework assignment for you folks before the 5:36 version of the Gang of Three Amigos. You need to go check my Twitter feed at Dan Mandis Show because you just got to watch it. So last night was the Juneteenth celebration at the White House.
Pre-Juneteenth.
Yeah, but
celebration.
He's going on a big old trip coming up, Joe Biden.
Oh, okay.
By the way, I'm hoping that it's a one-way ticket. I don't think that it is.
Looks like he's already on a trip.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's... So I want you...
I mean, he's tripping big time.
I want you to go look at the video as President Biden is surrounded by all these folks who definitely clearly have at least some modicum of rhythm. Even Kamala Harris.
Weekend at Biden's.
But Joe Biden, it's like he's got cement hands. So go watch the video. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. 529. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and the heat wave holds off a little longer before the change comes. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A court hearing scheduled next week over another leak of Covenant school shooter documents. The Tennessee Star and chief editor Michael Patrick Leahy claimed to have more than 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. Well, the last time documents were leaked, Judge Aisha Miles threatened contempt of court against anyone who did it again. Well, she's ordered the Tennessee Star and Leahy to appear in her courtroom on Monday to show cause as to why they did not violate her order through the alleged publication of leaked documents related to the Covenant school shooter. A civil rights icon has passed away. James Lawson Jr. was a reverend, activist, and doctor who's credited with teaching nonviolent protests in Nashville. Metro Council member Zulfat Swara and Nashville historian David Ewing tell Channel 4.
When you talk about the civil rights movement in Nashville or in America, you have to think James Lawson.
Spoke truth to power and changed laws and changed minds and really made history all over this country.
Lawson's family says he passed away this morning after battling an illness. He was 95 years old. A Middle Tennessee mayor and its board of city aldermen considering lowering the grocery tax. A proposal in Hendersonville would take it down 0.25% to 2.5%. That meeting starts at 7 o'clock tonight. And AI is being integrated into many aspects of life, and soon it will be in the pocket of iPhone users.
Pulling the wraps off what Apple is calling Apple Intelligence, AI will be integrated into iPhones, iPads, and Mac computers, revealed by Apple CEO Tim Cook in a presentation for its annual developers conference.
It's personal intelligence, and it's the next big step for Apple.
He says Apple Intelligence will be able to do things like rewrite an email to make it friendlier, create personalized emojis and pictures, and Apple promises it will be secure.
Can it wake up for me at 2 o'clock every morning? That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
.532, Nashville's Morning News. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event? Well, it is here in Nashville. Now, number one, what a great place to make contacts. Now, there's going to be all kinds of people there who are leaders in not only our city of Nashville, but in the world of business. So, yes, you can make amazing contacts there. And number two, the speakers. You've got Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Titans, Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, among many others. And they've got some great breakout sessions as well. So you have the opportunity to learn from the absolute best, how to raise capital, doing business in Tennessee, strategies and lessons learned along the way, and they'll be talking about the growth of Nashville on the East Bank. Listen, again, this is NetSuite's Business Grows Here event. If you'd like to go, it is happening at the Conrad Hotel Tuesday, June 25th. It is free. Go to netsuite.com/Nashville. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. netsuite.com/Nashville. Lives can be changed and businesses can be created. So sign up today, netsuite.com/Nashville.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the gang of three amigos. Johnny's here. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Dan.
Weaver's here. Good morning, K-Weave.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
And I'm Dan. So, man, I got so much for this segment. First of all, there's a new dance craze in America. I'm not sure if you guys have heard.
It's called mannequin hands.
So, no, this is different.
Oh.
So hold on to that, Ken.
Okay.
Apparently, over there on the TikTok, people are doing the Biden poop song.
All right. It's caught on.
No.
So we all know what happened in Normandy, where he just, he bent his knees like he was trying to squat.
Goodness.
Have you seen that yet, Ken?
I have not seen it yet.
Oh, Ken. All
I've
right.
heard it, though. You played it yesterday.
So everybody knows Biden was squatting. The entire world is wondering if, he's now President Poopy Pants. So on TikTok, you've got all of these women now, and probably men too, I don't know, but they're doing a dance with their knees bent, like they're doing the presidential poopy song.
Oh, my.
And they're doing it to the tune of dirty diapers in his dungarees.
That's funny. Very good.
Are they?
I don't
They
know.
should.
That would be pretty funny. And then as I'm Googling this, I found the Biden poop song that is apparently taking the world by storm. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Joe Biden sat on a comfy chair talking about stuff with his silver hair. Then his tummy rumbled, oh, what a hoop. Joe had to go for a Biden poop. Biden poop.
This is what's going on.
He had to scoop Biden poop. Biden poop. Even presidents need a potty rub. In the office, busy as a bee. Joe felt a grumble. Oh, gotta pee. Then he realized with a little swoop, it was time for a Biden poop.
I'm sorry, but you know what? That's a little catchy.
Oh, I love it.
That is catchy.
Biden
Oh, Biden poop.
Somebody in Nashville wrote that.
You think so?
I bet.
Oh, I would love that. I would love to get somebody on whoever did that. It's Lux Music.
Play it again. Play
Yes,
some of it.
yes.
Play the hook.
Yes.
Hold on.
Biden
Let me.
Music by Joe Biden sat on a comfy chair talking about stuff with his silver hair. Then his tummy rumbled, oh, what a hoop. Joe had to go for a Biden poop. Biden poop.
There you go.
Biden poop. In the White House, he had to scoop.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, this is going to be in my head all day.
Presidents need a potty rub. In the
And the funny thing is, the video got a little poopy with a. It's like the poop emoji.
little
Yeah, with the big smiling.
Yes. Oh, goodness.
Biden poop. In the White House, he had to scoop Biden poop.
Oh. All right, we're done. I love that, though.
Yeah, that's
that
great.
is funny.
Goodness gracious.
Biden poop.
Biden poop. I know. People are going to want me to. Hold on. I will. I'll tweet that out. I'm going to tweet that out. You can find me at Dan Mandis Show. Wow. The things I tweet, I'm so proud of, aren't I? Let's see here. Doom, boom, and Biden poop. See, that's going to be in my head all day.
Yeah, well, mine too.
Yeah.
That's going to be now an issue. All right.
Wow.
Well, anyway, so now there is some other stuff going on. Speaking of dancing, last night was the big Juneteenth celebration. I guess it was the pre-Juneteenth celebration. And Biden was there. And if you go to my
Are you sure?
If you go to my Twitter feed, you got Biden and he's surrounded by like Kamala Harris and all these other folks. And they're all, dancing. Even Kamala Harris's husband managed to find a beat. And then Joe Biden, it's like he's got concrete hands. He's like not moving.
No.
Literally not moving at all.
And just smiling.
And some smiling sort of like creepily weird. And so people are saying, is he even there? Because it's like he just has no idea. Now, in fairness, if you stick me like in the middle of your average hip hop concert, I'm not going to know what to do, but I can tell you that I would be able to find some sort of a beat or a rhythm.
Well, you can do what, at least what Doug Emhoff and Vice President Harris are doing. I mean, just bite your bottom lip and,
kind of move
your
Churn
hips
the butter
a little
kind
bit.
of a thing.
Yeah.
And don't sit there with a dumb grin on your face through the whole thing.
Well, maybe Biden was thinking about pooping.
He may have been pooping.
You know what? He was probably sitting there listening to the whole thing, and he was going to dance, but the only way that he knows how to dance is by, like bending his knees, and he didn't want to, do that again. We know how that worked out in Normandy.
So his people are telling the nation that this man is running circles around them.
That's what they say.
They can't keep up with it.
No, man, he's a ball of energy.
He's a ball of something.
Yeah, he is.
Man, we are in some weird times. That video, he doesn't even look real.
You can find it.
No, he doesn't.
At my Twitter feed. And you're right. He does not.
He looks like he is powdered.
It looks like Weekend at Biden's, like she, the vice president and who's ever on the other side are holding him up.
Yep.
They're putting makeup on him. I think they're putting makeup on him.
Do you really?
Look at him.
To make him.
He looks too white.
He looks embalmed. He really does.
He does look embalmed.
Yes, he does.
All right. Now, you guys want to play What Did He Say?
Oh, sure. I love playing this game.
All right. So this was
the trifecta.
Because not only did he, show off his dance moves, but his speech was just about as good as those dance moves.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
So you guys get that?
She knows so long as she was denied.
What is he? Does anybody know what he's saying there?
I have no idea.
She knows so long as she was denied.
I caught she knew, I think.
She knows so long as she was denied.
I caught she.
Yeah, she and denied.
She and denied.
But I can't tell what's in the middle.
And everybody's clapping.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I think everybody was probably drunk. I mean, it was a.
She knows so long as she was denied.
I don't know, man.
Sounds like somebody's stumbling out of a bar on Lower Broad.
He does.
About 2 a.m.
What it sounds like, man.
Goodness.
Does anybody on the super text line know what in the world Joe is saying here? Because I can't.
She knows so long as she was denied.
Tornado5 says. Tornado5 says she knows loss.
Okay.
Mario says she knew so long she couldn't deny. Okay.
Okay,
maybe.
that
Maybe.
She knew so long as she was denied.
Yeah, Mario's closest.
Yeah, I think so.
Mario's closest?
He's pretty close.
All right, very good. There was another moment.
Oh, no.
Where
You're
he was
kidding me.
No.
Oh, great.
No. He was talking about Republicans and burning books.
They're old ghosts in new garments trying to take us back. Well, there are. Taking away your freedoms, making it harder for black people to vote. Or have your vote counted. Closing doors of opportunity. Attacking the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If you can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay. Trying to erase and rewrite history.
So he's going right along.
And then all of a sudden, the wheels come off.
Well, okay, so.
You can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay.
What? Did a gnat fly in his mouth?
Experiences. Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Okay.
So before the show, I don't know, John, if you saw me openly laughing.
Yes, I heard you.
It was.
Okay.
It sounds like James Clyburn. Remember that one time with James Clyburn and his audio? And I don't. Ken, you're right. It does. It sounds like a gnat flew into his mouth.
You can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay.
It's like.
Goodness.
Oh, man. At least he gives something to laugh at.
Yeah.
Through
you know what?
Through the hell he's putting us through.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I personally, when I heard that, I thought. Because I like to play these things a few times to see if I can figure out.
You can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay. You can believe it, banning.
Wait, there's also like a.
Experiences. Okay.
Wait, do you guys hear the last part?
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
All right, yeah. Here, listen. I'm gonna up the volume on this because it sounds like he got.
Experiences.
Here we go.
Experiences. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, we're done.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
Our president, everyone.
That's right. You want to dance?
That whole video of him dancing there with Kamala Harris, Billy Porter in a dress.
Yes, that was good.
I love Billy Porter. He's a great actor, but man, he just does not look good in a dress.
No.
So is that Billy? I don't know who Billy Porter is, but I was looking at the video, and at the end of the video to Biden's right, I think it's next to Michael Emhoff.
Yeah, that's Billy Porter.
Who is Billy Porter?
He's an actor.
Why is he wearing a dress?
He's LBGT.
He's what? Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
LGBTQIA2+.
He's gay, and he wears women's clothing from time to time, and he's doing it here, and
it doesn't look good.
It's not a good look.
No.
You think when people see Billy Porter walking towards them, they want to say, "Who's going to tell him?"
There are probably a few at that party that were
because listen,
that.
if you would, here's the deal.
And nothing against Billy. I love Billy Porter. I think he seems like a great guy. He's a great actor, but man, he just does not look good.
Well, if he wants to wear a dress, I mean, go ahead. But I mean, if you don't look good in it,
yeah, don't.
Then maybe don't. Or at least if you're going to wear one, find a dress that suits you.
That's complimentary.
That's complimentary.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. That's exactly right.
It's just the idea of politicians when they dance and things. Stop it, man.
Please. Kind of like George W. Bush. Remember him when he was doing it was when the African he was in another country and they were playing bongos and he started dancing to it.
Oh man.
But see, the thing is,
at least he could move.
They need to know. They need to know that they're on camera at all times.
Yes. Well, they do, and that's why the gentleman sitting to the left of the president notices he looks like a corpse. So he puts his arm around him and pretends to point something out to Joe. And he
tries to fist bump with him.
Yeah.
And Joe gives a very
well, yeah, he's still got mannequin hands.
Yeah.
His hands are like a mannequin's.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, 0384 says Ken swallowed a gnat. Trying to say LGBTQ.
I like that he just gave up and went, he's gay.
Yeah, he's gay.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to do it the right way.
Sometimes the lunacy just won't allow it to happen.
No.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Man.
It's tough being woke, Ken.
We are. Yeah, I best go back to sleep.
But, by the way, somebody said I was way too fired up for the first segment. And a little, angry, hues of anger. I don't think I was angry in that first segment.
No, you didn't sound angry.
You sound angry to me, Brother Dan.
No, it's just like you were up.
You folks have to realize, when it's 5:06 and I start the radio broadcast, I've been up for 4 hours and I'm on 19 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
So
he's jazzed.
Yes, I'm excited to be here.
Yes.
I'm sorry if you can't keep up.
Well, I mean, that's how the White House feels.
Listen,
they can't keep up with Joe.
No, they can't.
He's working circles around him.
In fact, I bet he's been up 5 hours already.
I'm sure that he has. Listen, if you folks want, I can sign on every day with.
You can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
Do the other one. Do the shushum.
You want to do the shushum?
Yeah, shushum. Yeah, the mirror.
All right, here we go. I got it, and here it is.
She knows so long as she was 9.
I can sign on. I can sign on sounding like that, man.
She knows so long as she was 9.
Goodness.
Our president.
What do they? Can I ask this question?
Yeah.
So when he does that, what does the official White House transcript say?
Exactly. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, because sometimes when you're reading transcripts and they do speeches, it'll say inaudible or unintelligible or something like that.
Yes.
So I wonder if it says that.
So when
Just has question marks.
Yeah.
She knows so long as she was 9.
And what do you do if you're the
stenographer?
No, not the stenographer. The person that does the hand.
The sign language.
The sign language person.
Yeah.
What does she do? Or he do?
I don't know. Did they hold that guy over from Obama? All he was doing was gibberish.
Yeah, he was.
I wonder if what they do is they actually have the transcript of the speech ready to go, or the speech, and she's not necessarily going.
Well, yeah,
with
she's
Biden.
not going. Yeah,
she's going with the printed speech in front of her.
Right.
That'd be the smart way to go in this administration.
Yeah, closed captioning. Yeah. What do you do if you're doing the closed captioning and he throws down?
She knows so long as she was 9.
I don't know, man.
Gosh.
5:53 on Nashville. Are we done?
I reckon.
I think so. I think Biden is.
Ken, you want to try to throw down LGBTQ again, or you want to just let that live in infamy?
I'm just going to go back to sleep. No more woke for Brother Ken Weaver.
He's gay, okay?
From now on, man, I'm just gonna speak plainly. That's just how it's gonna be.
So awesome.
He's gay and he wears dresses,
and not very well.
Okay.
Goodness.
I got to try to do a commercial.
All right,
Ken, let's do this in the 8. We got a slot open in the 8. I can't possibly
That's fine,
do a
Dan.
commercial. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Coming up in the next hour, we've got a lot, including at 6:35, going to have all the latest on Hunter's trial, Donald Trump's call with his probation officer. Jonathan Fahey is going to be joining us again at 6:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And a mysterious piece of audio from January 6th. Did you guys hear this audio from Nancy Pelosi? Some audio has been uncovered of Nancy Pelosi on January 6th, where basically she is admitting what we've all known. Details straight ahead. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we have a description of the car police are looking for in that road rage shooting in Antioch on Saturday, and contempt of court charges could be filed for another leak of Covenant school shooter documents coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Heat wave, high temps in the 90s. That's without humidity. All that coming up during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Police have released the description of the car they're looking for in that road rage shooting in Antioch on Saturday. An 18-year-old driver was shot in the mouth but expected to survive. Witnesses telling Channel 4 about hearing the shots there along Murfreesboro Pike near the Auto Zone.
Nobody really messed with each other. But once we heard that the gunshots, we were just like, wow. Like, how can a calm area just get like that in a second? You can't even go out these days because you never know what could happen out there.
Police are looking for a white Lexus sedan that is missing its back bumper. Pretty easy to point out if you see that. Contempt of court charges could be filed for another leak of Covenant school shooter documents. Judge Aisha Miles ordering the Tennessee Star and chief editor Michael Patrick Leahy to appear before her on Monday. The Tennessee Star and Leahy claimed to have more than 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. They're being ordered to explain how they have not violated the judge's order after the first document leak. Also, Metro Police say they will open an investigation if these documents are authentic. A civil rights icon has passed away. James Lawson Jr. was an activist, a reverend, and a doctor, and one of the main teachers of nonviolent protesting in Nashville and elsewhere. Bernice King, daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., says Lawson worked alongside her father, spreading peace and nonviolence across the nation.
They were colleagues in this movement, and I'm sure, almost sure, just talking to my mother, they swapped, notes. They left some very important and critical things that we can use today.
Lawson's family says he passed away this morning after a long illness. Right now in Middle Tennessee, grocery taxes might be going down in Hendersonville. 0.25% reduction's up for discussion at tonight's meeting of the mayor and board of city aldermen. That meeting starts at 7. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
It was a quiet start to the week with stock traders monitoring the Federal Reserve, whose latest two-day meeting opens today. Observers expect the Fed to keep interest rates where they are when the Board of Governors adjourns tomorrow. The Dow Jones on Monday rose 69 points to close at 38,868. The S&P 500 added 0.25% to open the trading week. The Nasdaq Composite picked up 0.33% on Monday. Shares in Southwest Airlines are half the value of 3 years ago. Now, activist hedge fund Elliott Management plans to push for sweeping changes in the carrier's leadership. It's pulled together a $2 billion stake in Southwest with the goal of replacing CEO Bob Jordan and Chairman Gary Kelly with outside candidates. A Chicago woman has won the largest online lottery prize in the nation. The winner, identified only as Kathy, bought her ticket through the iLottery app last week. She's walked away with a cool $550 million jackpot.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 134, S&P down 10, NASDAQ off 45. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Nancy Pelosi exposed. That is coming up after the weather here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. One of the big issues that can impact your home and your health is mold. Now, lucky for you, my friends at United Structural Systems, they're offering you $500 off for the best mold treatment available today. Now, they've got a certified team that'll locate that mold in your crawl space and get rid of it immediately. And right now, again, they're offering you $500 off as well because USS is always looking out for you. Now, USS is home to their 3-step RTE process. They remove the mold, treat the area so that it doesn't come back, and then they encapsulate your crawl space to keep it dry and mold-free. Now, this stuff does come back without the right treatment. USS is going to make sure that it won't. And right now, that process is $500 off any mold treatment full solution. Find them online. It's USSTN.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. USSTN.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Tuesday, June 11th. Hey, it's 6:35. The latest on Hunter Biden's trial and Donald Trump's call with his probation officer. We've got that story for you and a whole lot more here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So this story went viral very quickly. I think it was yesterday afternoon. Audio has emerged of Nancy Pelosi admitting that she takes responsibility for a lack of National Guard presence on January 6th. I'm going to play this for you and tell you why this is so important.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
No, there's not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that last part?
They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
I'm sorry. What have we been hearing since January 6th? That Donald Trump is responsible for what happened? But there is audio of Nancy Pelosi on that fateful day. She is in some sort of an SUV. She is masked, and she's either on the phone. There's people inside the car as well. And you just heard her. She's trying to figure out how in the world did January 6th actually happen? Where was the security? Where was the National Guard? How did all of this take place? Well, the reason why this is so important is that Donald Trump, as you know, did want the National Guard there, and Pelosi said no. Now, here's the deal. She's always sort of denied this. She doesn't want to talk about it. Congress doesn't really want to look into this. They all want to keep the focus on Donald Trump. But the reality is that Nancy Pelosi and the Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser thought that it would be a bad look. Well, what was a bad look was what happened on January 6th. And so Nancy Pelosi, in this call from 3.5 years ago in the back of that SUV as they're fleeing the Capitol, she's asking questions. And she's taking responsibility for her part in all of this.
They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
So she's talking to her chief of staff, Terry McCullough, in the car, and that leads to what we now know as January 6th, where Trump is giving this speech, and as he's giving this speech, we saw the protest begin to go awry. And the vandalism that was January 6th. And so the Democrats, as you know, they've been blaming Donald Trump for this ever since. But in this video, clearly, Nancy Pelosi knows that she is the one that blew it. And as you know, the Democrat Party and Democrats, they're really good at blaming other people for their own mistakes. And this is definitely one of those moments. Donald Trump wanted and approved the National Guard there. But Nancy Pelosi and Muriel Bowser, the Washington, D.C. mayor, thought that it would be a bad look. A report on the riot, this is from the Daily Mail. A report on the riot authored by House Republicans in 2022 found the Democratic leadership had concerns over the optics of having National Guard troops present at the Capitol building in the aftermath of the summer of the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests. So Pelosi flees to MSNBC after this audio is unearthed by House Republicans. I think it was the Oversight Committee. She flees to MSNBC friendly territory to begin some damage control.
The fact is that the President of the United States, the former president, and his toadies do not want to face the facts. They're trying to do revisionist history on January 6th. But we cannot let us be dragged into their, again, false impression of what happened that day. They know what happened that day.
Yeah, we do. You didn't allow the National Guard.
Dragged into their, again, false impression of what happened that day. They know what happened that day.
So that is Nancy Pelosi. I love how, by the way, she says, well, we can't allow ourselves to be dragged into basically she's saying a conversation about January 6th again. Really, Nancy? Because that is literally all you and the Democrats talk about all day long, every single day. Yet somehow, some way, this audio of Nancy Pelosi, despite the fact that it is discussed every single day, every day in Washington, D.C., because they're trying to use January 6th to bury the Republicans and bury Donald Trump, somehow this comment...
I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Somehow that comment has never seen the light of day. You folks remember the January 6th hearings where the House of Representatives, then controlled by the Democrats, impeached Donald Trump? You remember that? And they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars with that TV producer creating this video and audio narrative that Donald Trump was solely responsible for what happened on January 6th. Now, if you know anything about that, you know that a lot of the people that broke into the Capitol, well, they had their tools in their car well before Donald Trump even took to the stage. They drove many miles and many states away into Washington, D.C. They had the tools in hand. They were ready to go. It was clearly not inspired by Donald Trump. We could also talk about how the break-in, the violence and all that started, the climbing of the walls and so forth started as Trump was in the middle of his speech. But here's the deal. Donald Trump himself had asked for the National Guard. Nancy Pelosi and Muriel Bowser said no. After all of that insanity happened,
I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Yeah, it is funny how that didn't make it into the presentation. So now I want to know, when are the investigations going to happen? Anybody want to make a guess as to when there will be a great investigation solely focused on Nancy Pelosi? By the way, Kash Patel, who has been part of Trump's team, he was part of Trump's team at the time, he is out there and he's been saying for a long time that it was Pelosi and the D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser who chose not to have the National Guard there. And a lot of this stuff we've already known. We've known this for a long time. The bottom line, though, is that this is the first time that there's been audio where you do have Nancy Pelosi, admitting that it was her bad and that she takes responsibility. Here's the interesting thing, though, is that something happened between that car ride and the hours and days that followed, where somebody got to Nancy Pelosi, and they said, you don't have to take the fall for this. We can pin this on Donald Trump. And that is exactly what they're doing. And look at everything that they got. The Democrats. They got to go after Donald Trump yet again, impeach him a second time. They got Parler off of the internet, basically. And they've been using January 6th as a bludgeon against the Republicans, undeservedly so, for years now. And magically now we have this audio that has been released and exposed. That audio, by the way, it's interesting who it was that recorded that audio. I've got that part of the story straight ahead, 6:16 on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. 617, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Today, sunny and high of 80 degrees. It's going to be sunny and a high of 80 degrees today. And right now, Johnny, I'm sorry, you said it's 56?
Right on.
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So who recorded that audio bite of Nancy Pelosi? Her daughter was actually filming some sort of a, I don't know, documentary or something, and her cameras were rolling when she captured that audio. Now, the big question is, will anything come of this? No. More than likely not, but I still think that it is an important story to tell. It is coming up on 6:18. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, there's some great audio from him because, I don't know if you know about this, there were some elections held across Europe. Some say very stunning results that the air quote far right has done so well. And it's interesting because this term, the far right, is really being used to describe what is basically a conservative movement across Europe. But I want you to listen to what Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, had to say about all this.
We have seen around the world a rise of populist right-wing forces in just about every democracy that we've seen. And it is of concern to see political parties choosing to instrumentalize anger, fear, division, anxiety. My approach has always been to respond to it, to understand it, and to look to solve it, to roll up our sleeves, work hard, and with ambition for this country and for our future. And I continue to be convinced that Canadians are thoughtful about the challenges we're facing and ready to see them solved, rather than just allow themselves to be have their anger amplified without any solutions offered.
So I'm not entirely certain what's going on in Canada, but here's what they say. In France, because I think that Justin Trudeau is worried that he is going to end up with the same fate as some of these leaders across the world as this wave of conservatism apparently is taking place. In France, they say that the far right is really emblematic, though, of Republican secular values, which they call majoritarian, majoritarian, and not racist like these folks are trying to paint it as. You just heard Justin Trudeau. Oh, it's all about hate. It's all about instrumentalizing hate. That's what the left does, is they say that people who are conservative, they're just hateful and racist. But in reality, what is going on is people are responding to what's happening in their countries. And they're talking about the economy. They're talking about immigration. They're talking about pro-family values. That's what they're talking about. There's no hate involved. Now, you may hate the illegal aliens that are coming into our country. And, in the 5 o'clock hour, we talked about yet another story of tragedy related to an illegal alien who was driving irresponsibly and killed 2 Americans. So, yeah, that does make you angry. And I would say to Justin Trudeau, that's happening in your country, and it probably is. Well, then that should piss you off, too. And if it doesn't, then you're the problem, I would say to Justin Trudeau. In France, the National Rally Party, formerly known as the National Front Party, used to be, they say, a very authoritarian political party that was, they say, openly anti-Semitic. However, it's not that now. Now, basically, they say it does adhere to Republican secular values, which are, again, majoritarian rather than racist, they say, in France. So really interesting that I think Trudeau is worried about his political future. Obviously, the Democrats in this country are worried about their political future. And so Trudeau sounds exactly like a lot of the Democrats and Joe Biden, where they're talking about the use of hate to try to win political parties. And I just told you what those parties stand for in Europe. Immigration is a problem. Illegal immigration is a problem. The economy is a problem. They stand for pro-family values and a lot of other, by and large, conservative tenets. That's not a bad thing. And I've always said this, just because Justin Trudeau, because the Democrats and the media and Joe Biden say it, doesn't mean that it's true. If they want to call us racist, that's fine. But you know what? The day that I, as a talk show host and a conservative, decided that I stopped caring what other people thought about me as far as being a racist and all these other things go, when I let go of that worry, it was like a great day in my life, because they're going to say whatever they want to say about us as conservatives, because they are the ones that are terrified about losing their power, and they'll stop at nothing. 622 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. It is an election year, and I bet you're wondering if you're invested for the future, for your retirement, regardless of what happens in the election. Well, I can't really tell you what's going to happen, obviously, but what I can tell you is that Paul Winkler and his team, they can help you get the answers that you need. Now, Paul has been on the radio here in Middle Tennessee for nearly 20 years, and he and his team are all former investment brokers, insurance agents. One was even a securities attorney who worked for one of those big financial companies. Now, they know the investing world, and they're ready to put that knowledge to work for you. Check out Paul Winkler and his entire team at paulwinkler.com. That's paulwinkler.com. These folks are fee-based. In other words, no commissions, which means they're not trying to sell you something. They want to teach you how to relax about money. That phone number is 615-851-1950. 615-851-1950. You can find Paul Winkler online at paulwinkler.com. 624 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Major changes proposed that could affect your credit score. Details at 6:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
628, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. News with Ken Weaver is coming up next. Right now, heading into summertime. If you need anything to enjoy your summer, why don't you check out my friends at DT McCall's? They've got outdoor furniture. Maybe you need some lawn equipment. DT McCall's is the place you need to go for whatever you need for your house, whether it's winter, spring, summer, or fall. For example, they've got great lawnmowers on sale all the time, patio furniture as well. Stop on by one of DT McCall's 5 locations. You can also find them online. Now, I bought my last oven from DT McCall's. They do carry great kitchen appliances, washer and dryer sets as well. Any type of home furnishings, DT McCall's has great value, outstanding customer service, and selection as well. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 100 years, and they've lasted so long because of that customer service and great quality of products. So many ways to save. All you need to do is go to one place, my place, DT McCall's. Carthage, Franklin, Cookeville, Fayette, Lebanon, always online, dtmccalls.com.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to tell you about this heat wave on the way, the timeline during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, there's a new twist in the Covenant school shooters writings case. Another leak has been reported, and the judge overseeing the case may impose contempt of court charges over it. Nashville Judge Aisha Miles ordering the Tennessee Star and chief editor Michael Leahy to appear at a hearing on Monday to explain how they have not violated her order that she imposed after the first leak. The Tennessee Star and Leahy claim to have 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. In Money News, a major change for millions of Americans and their credit scores is being proposed. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's new regulation would ban unpaid medical bills from most Americans' credit reports.
I have about $2,300 in medical debt.
33-year-old Lexi Coburn says she's been denied car loans because her credit score took a hit from her medical debt.
It feels like a bit of like a shackle on my credit report.
The Credit and Collection Industry Group has said the proposed changes would go too far and risk negatively affecting the cash flow of the healthcare community.
Here in Middle Tennessee, one town may keep grocery prices down by tweaking the recent sales tax increase. Hendersonville's mayor and Board of City Aldermen meet tonight. They're going to discuss keeping groceries out of the recent sales tax increase, meaning the grocery tax in Hendersonville will stay at 2.25%. And the U.S. government releases its latest inflation numbers tomorrow. Here's Rhiannon Alley.
Americans have been changing their buying habits. New figures show consumers are still buying things they really want as they scale back on things that dominated their lives during the pandemic. For example, they're scaling back on clothing, furniture, and dining out. But they're still spending on experiences like vacations, concerts, and on luxuries like jewelry.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:32 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, you want a summer without limits, right? Think about unlimited shade and unlimited privacy with my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries. Now, if you'd like more privacy in your backyard, Moon Valley Nurseries is planting all summer long, as a matter of fact. They've got privacy-geared trees and hedges that can give you the privacy you want this summer and keep your backyard shady as well. Now, summer is more fun with privacy and shade. Check out how to make that happen at moonvalleynurseries.com. These are trees that'll thrive in our climate and in your backyard. So check these folks out today. Again, moonvalleynurseries.com. Their packages are customized for your backyard and any budget. Check them out today, moonvalleynurseries.com. And by the way, if you're not sure what you want to do in your backyard, but you do know that you need to do something, check them out online, and they can help you come up with some great ideas for privacy, shade, and your overall comfort. Again, find them online. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. moonvalleynurseries.com, moonvalleynurseries.com. 637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into your Tuesday, June 11th. I want to welcome on into the program our legal analyst on Nashville's Morning News, Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, always great to have you on. Couple of things I want to talk about. Number one will be Hunter Biden's trial. Number two, I don't know why I find this funny, but Donald Trump's call to his parole officers or his probation officer. So we'll talk about that as well. But first, the Hunter Biden trial. So the both sides have rested, and now we're in day 2 of jury deliberations. And I don't know, I'm reading up on this trial, and I mean, I think it's perfectly clear, Jonathan, that he did lie on this gun form, said he was not using drugs when clearly he was.
Yeah, it seems, pretty straightforward and clear cut, and this idea, like my understanding of the defense at this point was basically when he filled out the form, he wasn't literally using drugs simultaneously with filling it out, and somehow that should be his technical defense to get him away from this. But it is really, I don't really see any legitimate issue on the merits here because, the government put on evidence of his, drug use in multiple ways with eyewitness testimony, with text messages to his dealer, with excerpts from his book where he's talking about drug use. And I think one of the most damning things is the circumstances in which his gun is basically found or thrown away. It's, Beau Biden's widow, who was having a relationship with him, got rid of it because she was so concerned about Hunter's behavior that he would do something dangerous to himself, as part of being, his erratic behavior being on drugs. So everything about this is, overwhelming. There's really no legitimate issue in this thing. It seems the defense is probably, just hoping for some sort of jury nullification. People like the Bidens or, something like, they're somehow influenced by Jill Biden being there. But you're right. I don't see any legitimate issue. If this was a case I had as a prosecutor, it would almost be one of these questions we would sometimes have, like, why is this guy going to trial? The evidence is so overwhelming. You have him just coming and going on the, the drug use. And the other part is not just the lying, but actually possessing the gun is also the third charge, I think, in the order that they charged him. But basically, if you're an illegal drug user and possess the firearm, that's an offense as well. And you can see with his behavior why this is a crime, because it is so dangerous having somebody that does crack cocaine every 20 minutes handling guns. And, a lot of people, when you watch the commentary on this, seem to suggest he's being prosecuted for being a drug user, and everyone has a drug user in their family or knows someone and feel sorry for that. But this really isn't that at all. I mean, this is really akin to a DWI. Nobody goes to a DWI trial and says, oh, I have a drinking problem, therefore let me off. It's like, you can drink all you want, but once you get behind the wheel of the car, society says that's a danger to everyone else, and that's why it's a crime. So, but, overall, I don't know what to expect. The evidence would say one thing, which is, overwhelmingly a guilty verdict, but you never know if other factors are at play.
Jonathan Fahey is Nashville's Morning News legal analyst. Jonathan, when you read up on how the defense is basically trying to say, yeah, but he wasn't on drugs this particular day that he bought the gun, but they've got text messages where he was trying to hook up with some dude named Mookie to buy crack the next day. So you're right. I mean, that jives with, being a drug user and owning that gun. Do we know why exactly it is that he wanted a gun in the first place?
Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence of that, but, in the world that he was living at the time where you're constantly buying drugs from, interacting with drug dealers probably that are dangerous in and of themselves, probably in bad neighborhoods, there probably might have been just protect themselves because, as you probably know and your audience knows, robberies are so common in the drug business because drug dealers, if they get robbed, they can't call the cops. If a drug customer gets robbed, they can't call the cops, or they can, but they don't want to get caught for what they were doing. So robberies are so common, and he's a vulnerable guy, even though he might not have viewed himself that way in some respects. But it's like he's a guy with a lot of money that's routinely buying drugs. So he certainly a good target for robbery, but it's really speculation. But my guess is something along that lines that has something to do with the drugs. But I don't think there's evidence of it, or at least it was presented in the case.
It's kind of weird. You'd think that someone who is a senator's son would actually have somebody else that deals with the crack cocaine dealer named Mookie. Like, don't they have people that do that for them for that kind of thing?
Yeah, you would think he would have somebody that would do it. And you also, you do wonder how bad the depths of his addiction were, because maybe he, started off that way and then it's so bad, I think the testimony that he was doing, smoking crack every 20 minutes. I mean, so that's a serious, probably as addicted as you can possibly be. And I think, sort of the core of this thing, and the interesting irony is, Hunter Biden is like 50 years old when he was doing this, or, right around there. And this is a guy that's had a life of no responsibility and unlimited privilege and never being held accountable for anything. And it's not surprising, because how many people at 50 are still smoking crack and partying and stuff like that? Not that most of us were doing that at younger ages, but I'm just saying it's such an unusual age to be doing that. And it's just a life of not being held accountable. And it's funny how everything in his life that demanded responsibility, he used his drug addiction to get out of that responsibility. And then the one time, that he could be held accountable for the drug use, that's the time he's not doing it. It's just really offensive. And it just shows his mindset that and you see how this case evolved with, this cushy plea deal and other things.
Yep.
He's somebody that's used to special treatment, expects special treatments, been enabled, and, I know these things aren't easy to deal with, but maybe if somebody had held him responsible 20 or 30 years ago, his life would have been a whole lot better off than it is now.
It is interesting because it's like he used his last name to enter a bunch of doors, to get a bunch of doors open for him, and then he used the drug addiction as an excuse for when he failed. And then, of course, he didn't have to accept any responsibility or accountability because of that drug addiction excuse and also the last name. Got a lot more. Jonathan Fahey coming up next, our legal analyst here on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. At 6:45 today, as far as your weather goes, sunny and a high of 80. Right now, 56 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is joining us, our legal analyst. Jonathan, one last and very quick answer, if we could, on this. Were you surprised that Hallie Biden was so engaged in drugs as well?
Yes, that was shocking to me, to think, again, somebody at that age is smoking crack, and the whole circumstance, it's almost like you can't make this up. But yeah, that's incredibly surprising to be smoking crack cocaine again. I think late 40s, early 50s. Assuming she hadn't been doing it before, it's amazing that you would get into something that extreme. But yes, I was.
Let me ask you this. I know I want to wrap up the Hunter Biden thing, but very quickly, is Hunter Biden getting any preferential treatment? You talked about jury nullification. Just for folks that don't know, jury nullification is basically, we don't care about the facts. We have a philosophical issue with this whole thing. And so what we're going to do is we're going to decide what we want, facts be darned. I mean, is that, give me a more legal explanation of that.
I think that's exactly right. The jury is supposed to basically decide based on the facts presented and what the law is, and decide whether or not somebody is culpable criminally of an offense if it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And jury nullification is just appealing to sympathies or other factors. Often, you see racial cases and things like that, to just say, let this guy go anyway. And it's really a shameful thing. Again, this guy has had a lifetime of never taking responsibility, and he really is like a big baby when you will look at him, the way he carries himself. And it's like he still essentially seems to be living with his parents. It's very pathetic. But yeah, I think that's what he's hoping for. But he does have the ace in the hole of Joe Biden pardoning him. I know he's denied it, but that's a political reason to say he's denying it. After November 5th, win or lose, he could pardon him, and there's no political consequences to Joe Biden, and everyone will have moved on from this thing. So I think his ace in the hole is still, hey, try to get away with it. If you don't, your dad comes in, saves the day, November 5th. You never have to spend a day in jail and go back to your life of whatever you're doing, making millions of dollars while contributing nothing to society.
I think what's going on is Joe Biden doesn't believe that Hunter will be convicted. So it's easy for him to say, no, I won't pardon him when he knows that he's not going to be convicted. It's almost like a statement of convenience. Very quickly, Donald Trump. Exactly. Yeah, Donald Trump and the probation call with his, I guess, is it a probation officer? And so the left is going nuts on this because they believe that Trump is getting preferential treatment because he didn't have to fly into New York to do this probation call. He, I guess, did it on Zoom. Talk a little bit about what the call is designed for, and was Trump getting any preferential treatment?
The call is designed for generally like a criminal defendant, either convicted based on a guilty plea or a trial. The probation officer prepares a report for the judge. I don't know exactly what they do in New York, but basically, accumulate information about the person, like their personal background, their family history, their work history, if they have a history of like substance abuse, mental health history, their criminal history, other maybe factors, interesting things about their life, maybe if they've done something extraordinarily good, charitable work, things that basically a probation officer can present essentially a full picture to a judge before the sentencing, so the judge isn't just saying, I'm deciding based on this one crime here, I'm going to look at your whole life, the good and the bad. And it's usually an opportunity for defendants to, share, good things and good attributes they have with the probation officer to get them, ultimately in front of the judge. So this is a routine thing in almost all courts. I mean, I don't know where it doesn't occur, but I assume it's probably almost everywhere throughout the country. And the second part, the preferential treatment, it's not true at all. We do these, I practice mostly, Eastern District of Virginia in federal court. And these are routine to do like a Zoom interview and things like that. So maybe pre-pandemic, people were always meeting in person. And I can't speak for New York because I don't know what they normally do. But this doesn't seem at all unusual because you're basically just sitting down with somebody, getting background information, getting, things like that. So the fact that you would need to be in person isn't necessary, doesn't seem unusual to me. I don't know what they do in New York. So, but this idea that somehow it's preferential to him, it's just a sort of routine background interview. It doesn't really, arguably it could benefit him more by being in person because he's a, engaging and charming person. So, to the extent he could, sway or have somebody in his corner, he'd probably benefit by sitting in a room with them because he people like him or hate him, he does have a lot of charisma and can connect with people.
He does. 651 Nashville's Morning News. Believe it or not, Jonathan, I've got 1 minute left. So in the news today and yesterday, we talked about it yesterday a little bit, is that Biden's executive order, turns out it is nothing but a big document that says, catch and release. Unless you're from these specific countries, and by the way, those countries do not include China, Iran, North Korea, etc., then they're just going to process you in. I'm assuming you're not really surprised by the fact that Biden's executive order was just a bunch of BS?
No, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's just to pretend he's doing something to sway the people maybe in the middle that don't follow the story. But I think anyone, certainly you and your listeners, know that this whole idea is to have as many illegal immigrants as possible in the country. And even if this has a temporary slowing of the tide, come November 5th, if he's reelected, it is full-on open borders. But he's also, the other cynical thing about it, he's hoping he loses in the court so he could say, well, I tried, so we now need Congress to do comprehensive immigration reform, which we all know is mass amnesty. And that's what their goal is all along.
All right, Jonathan, as always, great analysis, spot on in my opinion. Jonathan Fahey, the legal analyst for Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN at 6:52. Friends, get the speed you need at a great price with Xfinity Internet. Now, you know what's going on in my house. With all three of us working on our computers, doing homework or radio shows, we depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. You can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network from Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, reliable, and pretty much everywhere. You can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. And you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. To get started, call them 1-800-XFINITY, Xfinity.com online, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds, not available in all areas. Performance may be limited by customer's device configuration. 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Another twist in the coveted school shooters writings case. Major changes that could affect your credit score. A Middle Tennessee town discussing keeping its grocery tax down. Apple announcing artificial intelligence integration, and a civil rights icon has passed away at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Seven o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, talking about that heat wave on the way, timing during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. There's another Covenant school shooters writing leak reported. The judge overseeing the case is considering contempt of court charges. Judge Aisha Miles ordering the Tennessee Star and editor-in-chief Michael Leahy to appear before her on Monday. The Tennessee Star and Leahy claimed to have 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. And there's a move to remove medical debt from your credit score. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is proposing a major change for millions of Americans stifled by medical debt. The federal agency tells ABC News in an exclusive its new regulation would ban unpaid medical bills from most Americans' credit reports and could boost the typical borrower's credit score by 20 points.
Yeah, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says 15 million Americans have medical bills on their credit reports. Here in Middle Tennessee, grocery taxes up for discussion in Hendersonville. The mayor and board of city aldermen going to discuss a proposal tonight that keeps the tax rate on groceries out of the recent sales tax increase. That would keep the grocery tax in Hendersonville at 2.25%. And Apple has announced artificial intelligence will soon be integrated into its devices, allowing users to do things like have an email rewritten in a nicer tone or have personalized help on a project. Alex Stone says other announcements were made.
Well, the reveal that AI will be integrated into Apple devices soon is a big headline of its developers conference. Apple also announcing in a few months, iPhone users will be able to send and receive text messages when they're off the grid using satellites. Until now, it was only for emergency use to summon help.
To connect to satellites hundreds of miles above the Earth to text your friends and family when you're off the grid.
Casually texting via satellite will require an iPhone 14 or later.
A civil rights icon has passed away. James Lawson Jr. was an activist, a reverend, and a doctor, and one of the main teachers of nonviolent protesting in Nashville. Bernice King, daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., says Lawson worked alongside her father, spreading peace and nonviolence across the nation.
They were colleagues in this movement, and I'm sure, almost sure, just talking to my mother, they swapped, notes. They left some very important and critical things that we can use today.
Lawson's family says he passed away this morning after battling an illness. He was 95 years old. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures down 159. S&P futures off 14. NASDAQ futures down 56. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on into your Tuesday, June 11th. Along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver, I'm Dan. How are you? So we played a little ditty. Is that what we should call this? A little ditty about Biden's apparent duty in his pants? That was pretty good, actually.
That was good.
A ditty about duty.
A ditty about duty.
It's a ditty duty.
So everybody wants to know.
It's a duty ditty.
Everybody wants to know where they can get this song.
Biden sat on a comfy chair talking about stuff with the silver hair. Then his tummy rumbled, oh, what a hoot. Joe had to go for a Biden poop. Biden poop.
So it's the song about Joe's apparent episode in Normandy on stage where he bent his knees and he squatted. Some say it was because he was looking for a chair. Others say he was looking for a toilet. I don't know.
I think he was assuming the position. I agree with the Pope. I think that it is I think it was a poop moment.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, they did usher him off the stage pretty quickly.
And if you look at Macron's face, it kind of spoke volumes.
Really?
Yeah. Check it. Check the reaction.
Did he put his hand over his nose?
Well, Jill did that.
She did. She actually did.
Yes,
she put her hand. We talked about this in real time.
Goodness.
Where Joe Biden is got her hand over her mouth, and she's trying to tell Joe, "Not here, honey, not here." And then off the stage they went.
Honey, did you really do what I think you did?
That's exactly right. So
Biden poop.
Biden poop. Anyway, so everybody wants to know because we played the song during the Gang of Three Amigos at 5:35, and I have tweeted out a link to the song. Also, and we'll talk to Chris Hand about this at 8:35 because on TikTok now there is an official dance, and I don't know what they call the dance, but I mean people are they've now concocted a dance where it's the Biden squat.
It's the Biden poop dance.
It's the Biden poop dance. And that's what is apparently now all the rage on TikTok. So our country can be proud that is now what we're known for on this Tuesday, June 11th.
Well, Biden's doing it to the country. So why not?
You know what? He certainly is.
Why not do it on stage and in a dance?
You know what? Here's the thing. He's letting everyone know where his best ideas come from.
He doesn't have a lot, but he's got a lot coming out.
That's exactly right.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving right along. I want to play this audio from Cringe Jean-Pierre. Now, she is apparently at some sort of a symposium about crisis management and communication.
Okay.
Have you heard this, Ken?
Oh, yes, I have.
So this is Cringe Jean-Pierre talking about trust and messaging and communications.
Now, when I address the press from the White House podium, the only thing that stands between me and getting our message out to the American public is whether the people sitting in those chairs and the folks watching at home feel like they can trust me, feel like the information that I am providing is worthy for them, and that they can trust, obviously, that information.
Nope. It's really...
She said that with a straight face?
That's the funny thing, Johnny and Ken. She says it with a straight face. And everyone knows, I mean, the border is closed, right? I mean, those four words really are the epitome of the lies of Cringe Jean-Pierre. But there's been so many. And so for her to say that this has to be based on, trust and the American people have to trust that I'm telling the truth, trust has to be earned. And she has not done anything to earn any trust because it's almost every day, or at least every time that she has a White House press briefing, she's telling some sort of a lie. And she's been peeing on our leg and telling us it's raining for the better part of 3.5 years.
The press inherently does not trust the White House press secretary.
No. And here's the deal. You bring up a great point, Ken. they shouldn't trust her, whether it is Kayleigh McEnany or Cringe Jean-Pierre. But I believe that if you look at the two, because the media is supposed to, the White House press corps and the journalists, they're supposed to be doing their own journalism. They're not just supposed to hear what the White House press secretary says or, believe a press release. And so, but the White House press corps, by and large, at least for the first couple of years, they have been looking at Cringe Jean-Pierre and they've been accepting what she says and reporting on those obvious lies, the obvious obfuscations, and the obvious out of context things that she says. And so the media really does need to understand that the American people, not only do they not trust Cringe Jean-Pierre, they don't trust the media either. I mean, I don't know who is worse, Cringe Jean-Pierre or the media that covers her.
The media.
Thank you, Ken. The media. Because Cringe is just doing what Cringe does. She does her job. She lies for the president. But the media, they're, by and large, they have been, up until fairly recently, they've been covering for her lies. And so now that the media is finally actually doing some actual reporting, it really makes it look that much worse for Cringe Jean-Pierre. But they covered for her, Jen Psaki as well. Jen Psaki was a train wreck, too. How long has Jen Psaki been out of that office? Jen was in there for, about a year?
Yeah.
And then Cringe Jean-Pierre has been here for about a couple of years now. Is that how long it's been? And the White House desperately wants to fire Cringe Jean-Pierre, but they can't. Why can't they fire her? The worst press secretary in the history of press secretaries? Because she's black and gay. And so they can't fire her. I mean, that's part of the reporting. I'm not being whatever-ist. I'm telling you that is what the reporting is. They've tried to get rid of Cringe Jean-Pierre, and she won't go anywhere. And they can't fire her because of the whole DEI stupidity. So that's an issue. That is a very big issue. And it's bad messaging for President Biden, but, if you're trying to find somebody to shine the crap, Cringe Jean-Pierre is the absolute worst person to do that. So they're just, the Biden administration, they really have painted themselves into a corner, especially when we start talking about illegal immigration, which is where we are going to go next at 7:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7. Thank you very much. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today goes, it's going to be sunny and a high of 80. Right now, 59 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's ineffective. It's bullshit what he signed.
I love this headline from Politico. A lot of folks responded to this when I mentioned it at the start of the program. The Politico headline is this: Trump embraces harsh immigration rhetoric during a Las Vegas rally. Now, I just played you where the president, former president, utilized the BS term. And so one of the things that I thought is I read that, because I read all of these things kind of at the same time. And so I thought, okay, so when the president says the BS, I mean, that's emblematic of what the American people are feeling today. And that's why Donald Trump is doing so well in the polling. But how about I give Politico some headlines that should inspire harsh immigration rhetoric? Because let me tell you something. When you hear the headlines, mother and daughter killed in a crash in Michigan yesterday, illegal immigrant charged in this heinous act. Guys in our country, not supposed to be there. He's driving recklessly, and he ends up killing a mother and her daughter. Yeah, that's going to inspire, I would say, some harsh immigration rhetoric. And if it doesn't inspire harsh immigration rhetoric, then you're the problem, Politico. Another big story, last couple of days, where the mayor of El Cajon, California, found some IDs of some little girls in the desert.
These are 2 IDs from little children. And you know, since the Biden administration has taken over and allowed all these up to 20 million people come across the border, there's 400,000 little kids just like this that are completely lost. We have no idea where they are. And I've got to be honest, I'm very fearful that they're involved in the most horrific form of sex trafficking. You know, this is serious stuff, everybody. We need to stop this. This is not America.
No, it's not America. It's Biden's America. And so he's in the middle of the desert. He's holding up these IDs to the camera. And it is heartbreaking because these little girls, they've been sex trafficked perhaps, or they're somewhere buried in the desert. And, you know, it's like when you see these sorts of things, it does inspire language that, let's be honest, it can be a little harsh. But the reality is harsh times call for harsh language, and that is going on right now. It's like outlets like Politico, they want to focus on the harshness of Trump's language rather than the harsh reality that we all face. And yesterday, we told you all about what is going on with the Biden administration and Joe Biden's executive order, where basically what this is, it's all about catch and release. That's what it is. You've got, I think, 6 countries where the Biden administration has said, these are the people from these countries that we don't want into our country. You've got Uzbekistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Georgia, Moldova, and Kyrgyzstan. And so if you're from those countries, you are not allowed in. But everybody else, China, Iran, North Korea and the like, Syria, just come on in. And so all of that media and all of the Biden administration and all of their cronies getting out and talking about how it's the president is doing what the Republicans won't do, which is handle the illegal immigration problem. Well, number one, this is exactly why the Republicans don't buy anything that Joe Biden says. Because he says one thing, he concocts this executive order, but when you start looking at it in great detail, you realize that this isn't going to help at all, which is what I said on the first day. This is Senator Eric Schmidt.
Well, they have a long-term play here because you don't need to be a citizen to be counted in the census. That's step one. And then if you give amnesty, allow them to vote, they believe that's their path to more power, more control. And if you needed any further evidence that, number one, Joe Biden's a liar, and two, that they're the open borders crowd, this is Exhibit 5,438.
Well, that's exactly right. So when you start looking at a detail at that executive order that Biden signed, it's really nothing but a big catch and release. That's all that it is. And Schmidt, the senator, was on Laura Ingram's show last night, and he's calling out Joe Biden as a liar, and he is complicit in this invasion.
No, this has never happened. No one's ever done this willingly, allowed and actually been complicit with an invasion of our country. They don't believe in real borders. And sadly now, Americans literally are dying. And I fear it could be worse. I mean, there are terrorists here who are operating in the United States. And again, the Biden administration is willing to trade all of that for some sort of electoral advantage, they think.
Yep. And by the way, in the news this morning, in case you haven't heard, Biden may actually be thinking about a wide-scale amnesty program to appease the left. Of course, this policy, they say, would impact the undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens and would be the largest immigration relief program since 2012. And here's the thing. When all of this started going on, one of the first things that I said is this is just going to be one form of amnesty after another. This is what the Biden administration, this is what they want to do. Just like with paying off the college education loans for people across America, it was deemed unconstitutional, but Biden still is able to find ways around it. It's going to be the same thing here. 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News at Super Talk 99.7. By the way, coming up at 7:35, all the latest on Israel and the Middle East and what is going on with Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation. That is coming up after the news right here on WTN. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event? It is here in Nashville, and it's a great place to make contacts. There's going to be all kinds of people there that are leaders not only in our city of Nashville, but also in the world of business. So, yes, it is a great place to make contacts and learn a bunch of stuff. The speakers, you've got Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell, among many others. They've also got some great breakout sessions as well, learning from the best on how to raise capital, doing business in Tennessee, strategies and lessons learned along the way, and they'll be talking about the growth of Nashville on the East Bank. Now, if you'd like to go, it is happening at the Conrad Hotel on Tuesday, June 25th. It is free. Go to netsuite.com/Nashville. That's netsuite.com/Nashville. If they ask you, tell them you heard about them on WTN and Nashville's Morning News. Lives can be changed and businesses can be created. So sign up today. It's NetSuite's Business Grows Here event. You can find more details at netsuite.com/Nashville. 723 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
A new twist in the Covenant school shooters' writings case. Changes proposed affecting millions of Americans' credit scores. Coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Super text line, very active today. I apologize I haven't been as interactive as I usually am on the super text line. 615-737-9986. It has been a very busy day, and it does continue because coming up after the news with Ken, we've got the Heritage Foundation, Stephen Bucci, and we're going to be talking about all the latest on Israel, and also we may talk about the European elections as well. So there's a lot to get to at 729 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you're thinking about buying a generator, you've got to call my buddy Generator Dave at Cove Generators. Not only do they provide you with outstanding customer service, but also a great deal going on right now. Listeners to my show, you're going to get a free and upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name. Again, Dan Mandis. Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. Now, if you have any questions, again, call my buddy Generator Dave. He'll answer whatever questions you have, whether it's before the purchase, during the purchase, or after the purchase of your new generator. Cove Generators, they are going to help you out. And don't forget about that great deal right now where you can get a free upgraded 10-year warranty, $500 off when you mention my name. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. When you mention my name, 931-559-3311. By the way, ask about their great financing as well. 931-559-3311. CoveGenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply.
$7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Heat wave on the way. Got the timeline during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A court hearing scheduled next week over another leak of Covenant school shooter writings documents. The Tennessee Star and editor Michael Patrick Leahy claimed to have more than 80 pages and a suicide note from a source they say is close to the investigation. The last time documents were leaked, Judge Aisha Miles threatened contempt of court against anyone who did it. And she has ordered that the Tennessee Star and Leahy appear in a courtroom on Monday to show cause as to how her order hasn't been violated. Changes are being proposed by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau affecting millions of Americans and their credit scores. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
The CFPB says 15 million borrowers with $49 billion in bills still appear in the credit reporting system. The proposal would mean those bills can no longer be taken into account. A potential game changer for borrowers, the CFPB says its rule would mean 22,000 more Americans can get approved safely for mortgages.
However, not everyone's on board with this proposal. The credit and collection industry considers it problematic, fearing there would no longer be an incentive to pay off your bills. The grocery tax up for discussion tonight at the Hendersonville meeting of the mayor and board of city aldermen. They're considering leaving the tax rate on groceries out of the recent sales tax increase, which would help keep prices down. That meeting starts at 7 o'clock tonight. And Apple is the next big company to go full throttle into utilizing artificial intelligence. It was announced yesterday. Here's Alex Stone.
Complete with the music, the reveal was like something out of a sci-fi movie, but Apple is actually late to the AI ballgame. Now jumping in, AI will be part of iPhones, iPads, and Macs. It'll make Siri smarter and more useful, can do things like rewrite an email or create images out of nothing but a description. Apple announcing at its developers conference,
We are embarking on a new journey to bring you intelligence that understands you.
Apple saying with AI, an iPhone will know its user.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 732 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm going to tell you about my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 11,000 5-star reviews, and they're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Great thing about Mark Spain Real Estate and that guaranteed offer, you can move when you want to move. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, Mark Spain Real Estate has helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. One of their listeners, Ashley, one of their customers, one of our listeners, Ashley, says Mark Spain Real Estate's knowledge of the market and strategy made selling my home simple. She's already recommended Mark Spain Real Estate to some of her friends. And so will you. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. Get your guaranteed offer today. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD for Mark Spain Real Estate. You can find them online. It's markspain.com. That's markspain.com, and start packing. .37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Tuesday, June 11th. Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation is joining us. Always love to talk foreign policy with you, sir. And let's start with Israel and Hamas. I want to go back a couple of days to the hostage rescue. Then we'll talk about the plan that's on the table from the Biden administration. But the hostage rescue, there were 4 hostages that were rescued and a whole bunch of Palestinians that were injured or killed. Should I assume, is it safe to say that this was an instance where at least some of those folks that were killed, they were being used as human shields?
Well, actually, what's probably more accurate was that a whole bunch of those folks were shooting at the Israeli soldiers. There's a ton of footage showing people, everybody in civilian clothes, popping up at a tunnel entrances with rocket-propelled grenades, launchers on their shoulders, firing from windows in civilian clothes with AK-47s. This was a civilian area, right? There was two civilian apartment buildings in an area that is designated as a refugee camp, even though it's basically just a couple of city blocks together. There was a mall right next to it. This is in the place where there's famine and all that stuff, supposedly. You can't see the air quotes I'm doing. But when the Israelis arrived to rescue the hostages that were being kept in these so-called civilian apartments, in one case by a doctor and his son, an Al Jazeera journalist, and when those people fought back to drive off the Israeli soldiers, they were killed. So I'm not saying there were no collateral casualties. Clearly there were. But when you hold hostages in civilian housing, what in the world would you expect to happen? It's kind of ludicrous, this pearl clutching and swooning that's going on over the 200 innocent people. They weren't innocent people, Dan. They were part and parcel of Hamas's structure to keep these hostages, to use them as household slaves, by the way, to do their housework, to wash their dishes, to come into their rooms whenever they wanted without knocking, it wasn't like they were guest workers.
Right.
They were prisoners. And the Israeli military went in daylight, which is really becomes very, very dangerous for the soldiers conducting that operation. And if this had been done at night, more people would have been killed, regardless of who they were, because it's harder to distinguish in the dark, even with good night vision, who's a soldier and who's a civilian. But I got to tell you, once you pick up a weapon and shoot back at those soldiers, you are now a combatant, and you are likely to be killed by these high-end commandos. So, to be honest with you, I'm not shedding a tear over any of those people that went down, and this ridiculous mantra you're hearing now, well, this isn't proportional to kill 200 people to get 4 back? Yes, it is proportional because it's called war.
Yeah.
A war that the Hamas terrorist organization began and now positions itself in the middle of civilian structures. Whether all those people are civilians, that's for other people to decide. But I got to tell you, as a soldier, when they pick up that weapon and point it at me or my teammates, they are now a target, and a legitimate legal target under the rules of law.
I think it also shows you, Stephen Bucci, that if Israel really wanted to, they could annihilate as many people as they wanted. I mean, you're talking about they took out 200 people that were firing back at them. And so this tells you, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this tells you the might of the Israeli military. What do we know about the hostages? What kind of conditions were they kept in? What have they been talking about was their experience?
Well, it appears this is probably about as good a conditions as it can get. They were in apartments that there were Gazan families living in these apartments, also taking advantage of these prisoners and watching over them to keep them secure away from the rescuers. But the report from the physician that examined them once they got back in Israel said they were all malnourished, not that they were deprived completely of food, but they got basically no protein. There wasn't any care for the wounds that they had from October 7th, because all of them had at least been beaten up, if not cut or other things. And so this was not a completely benign captivity by any means. It doesn't appear that they were actively tortured, other than the fear factor that's there. But the sort of consensus from the intel community is that these 4, they're not expecting to find anybody in better condition than these, and they're likely that the remaining hostages are all being kept in much worse conditions and possibly are not alive any longer. So this is it's a serious victory for Israel and for justice to get these 4 out. But this is not done by any means and shouldn't be done because there are still quite a few prisoners. And by the way, all of the American citizen prisoners are still being held.
Yeah, and we don't know. Do we even know what the hostage count is at this point? Do we know how many have died? How many are still living?
We do not. There's an idea. It depends on how optimistic or pessimistic the analysts are. They don't have hard numbers. Hamas is not that disciplined an organization. They're pretty dispersed, and they're trying to make it as hard for Israel to get these people back as possible. I got asked yesterday by someone who said, well, when are we going to send in our people, Delta or SEAL Team 6, to get our hostages out? I said, well, the first thing we have to do is find them. There was one sort of slip that perhaps America had assisted the Israelis with intel on this operation, but that doesn't mean that we know by any stretch of the imagination where all the rest of them are, or even if they're still alive. So that intel operation will be ongoing, and if we find, or if the Israelis find any that are still living, you can bet they'll be planning to go in and get them.
7:45, Nashville's Morning News, and Stephen Bucci with the Heritage Foundation joining us. Coming up, Stephen, I'm going to ask you about this UN Security Council approval of a U.S. resolution for an immediate ceasefire. That and a whole lot more straight ahead. 7:45, time to check the roads. .45 as far as your weather today goes. Sunny, a high of 80 degrees, 64 now at WTN. Stephen Bucci joining us. Stephen, let me ask you about this. I guess you'd call it a plan from the Biden administration. This is a 3-part plan, and I realize I'm glossing over a lot of details here, but the first phase concerns a hostage prisoner swap as well as a short-term ceasefire. I do understand that. I've always been fascinated. He's way out of whack.
Yeah, well, it just shows you the difference in the value of life that the Israeli society and nation put on their people versus what Hamas and their ilk put on theirs. Also, keep in mind, it's not just the numbers. The people that Israel is getting back are hostages. They're people that were kidnapped and illegally and during a terrorist attack. And what Hamas is getting back are convicted criminals, people that were given full-up fair trials under the Israeli judicial system and were convicted of many cases violent assaults, in some cases killings, and that's who they're getting back. So there's not a moral equivalence between these two groups of people that are being swapped either. But, yeah, you're right. Israel gives them back 100 of their criminals to get back one of their citizens. And that's, to them, that's worth it. They value the lives of their people that much.
Yeah. The second phase includes, and this is from the BBC, a, quote, permanent end to hostilities, as well as a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, according to a text of the U.S. draft resolution. Is there any real way to assure everyone that there will be a permanent end to hostilities from the Hamas side, from Gaza?
No, there's not. And frankly, in the other previous very short ceasefires that occurred, Hamas never stopped shooting at Israel. And then you throw in the fact that there's also Hezbollah, who are the other proxy of Iran on the northern border of Israel, that has continually fired not just dozens, but hundreds of rockets into northern Israel since this whole thing started. So, if you get a ceasefire with Hamas, Hezbollah says, well, we're not part of that, so we're going to keep fighting. So this is kind of ludicrous. To be honest with you, I think this is a fool's errand right now. Netanyahu has said unequivocally, until Hamas is removed as a power within Gaza, they are not going to stop. And until they get all the hostages back, they're not going to stop. Hamas is counting on the international community to pressure Israel into accepting this idea that, okay, we'll give you back 5 or 10 and you have to leave. But then, we get to keep the others because that's still leverage for us. And I just don't think Netanyahu is going to buy it, nor is he going to care if the UN says, by gosh, Israel, you better do this. They're going to say, no, we're not, because our national interests are not being protected here.
Has Israel or Hamas chimed in on this particular plan that the UN Security Council has approved?
To my knowledge, neither of the two combatants have said, oh, sure, we'll buy off on that. Hamas, who would benefit the most from it, they haven't said it either, because it talks about them leaving Israel alone from that point on, and they are not going to sign up for that.
No.
Because their reason for existence is to not just get Israel out of Gaza. Israel was out of Gaza and had been for a long, long time. Their reason for existence is to destroy and annihilate Israel. And their leaders say they're not going to stop till they accomplish that.
The third phase focuses on the enclave's long-term outlook, and it would start a multi-year reconstruction plan for Gaza. It's 7:50. I've got to ask in the 90 seconds I have left, Stephen Bucci, who pays for that reconstruction, and what does that look like?
Well, it would be massive because of the damage that's been done due to Hamas living and fighting among the people. And more than likely, you and I will pay for the most of it. Not the whole thing, but for the majority. And we still don't have anyone who signed up to administer that process. None of the Arab countries want to be involved in it. And it's just, it's a joke. It's political theater, and I don't think anything's going to come of it.
All right, 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. As always, Stephen Bucci, thank you very much for the spot-on analysis. Looking forward to speaking to you again soon. Big news for my friends at Window Nation. Look, if you need new windows, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. They're in the middle of their semi-annual sale. It is going on right now, and Window Nation, they've got a great offer for you. Listen to this. You call them up, 866-90-NATION. You mention my name. You're going to get 50% off all windows plus 0% interest for 5 years and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. So if you need new windows and you want to save a whole bunch of money doing it, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, and put an end to your window problems and get them installed before the summer heat. And by the way, you should know, this is my window company. They put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, and coming soon, new windows in my kitchen and bedroom as well. Don't forget that great deal. Get 50% off all windows plus 0% interest for 5 years and a bonus savings offer when you schedule your appointment today. 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. You can also find them online. It's windownation.com. 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Another court hearing scheduled over the Covenant school shooters' writings. Major changes proposed impacting millions of Americans' finances, and a civil rights icon has passed away. Coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price At checkout, you don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
$7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, by the way, Ken and Johnny, don't say anything now, but, we got I'm not going to call it a big announcement. I'm not even going to call it a little announcement.
Oh.
But we do have an announcement, something that I want to get off my chest, coming up at 8:35 during the Gang of Four Amigos.
Okay, I won't say anything right now.
I won't
Don't
either.
say anything right now, but I was going to say it's a big deal, but it's a small deal. It's a big deal to me, but it's a small deal overall. But we'll talk about that coming up. That's a hell of a tease,
Boy,
isn't
that
it?
is a
I was getting ready to
tease.
say, Brother Dan, should I spend my next 35 minutes thinking about this?
Yes, you should.
Let's ponder.
Just to make sure that you're back here at 8:35, which we're paying you, Ken, so you have to be. But other folks that are listening, if they would come back at 8:35, or better yet, never leave.
Please come back.
Because
please don't leave.
Please.
Because we've got some great audio coming up in the next segment.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
And that is one of of our.
That takes too much of a show to try to come up with that.
Anyway, we'll talk about a whole bunch of stuff in the next hour of Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Members Nutrition Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986.
8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And the heat wave's going to hold off a little while longer before change comes. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A court hearing scheduled next week over another leak of Covenant school shooter documents. The Tennessee Star and editor Michael Patrick Leahy claimed to have more than 80 pages and a suicide note from a source they say is close to the investigation. Now, the last time documents were leaked in the case, Judge Aisha Miles threatened contempt of court against anyone who did it. She has ordered the Tennessee Star and Leahy to appear in her courtroom on Monday to show cause as to why they did not violate her order through the alleged publication of leaked documents. Money news, a major change for millions of Americans and their credit scores being proposed. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's new regulation would ban unpaid medical bills from most Americans' credit reports.
I have about $2,300 in medical debt.
33-year-old Lexi Coburn says she's been denied car loans because her credit score took a hit from her medical debt.
It feels like a bit of like a shackle on my credit report.
The Credit and Collection Industry Group has said the proposed changes would go too far and risk negatively affecting the cash flow of the healthcare community.
An estimated 15 million Americans have medical bills on their credit reports. A civil rights icon has passed away. James Lawson Jr. was a reverend, activist, and doctor who's credited with teaching nonviolent protests in Nashville. Metro Council member Zulfat Suara and Nashville historian David Ewing telling Channel 4.
When you talk about the civil rights movement in Nashville or in America, you have to think James Lawson.
Spoke truth to power and changed laws and changed minds and really made history all over this country.
Lawson's family says he passed away this morning after battling an illness. He was 95. A Middle Tennessee mayor and its board of city aldermen considering lowering the grocery tax, or at least keeping it from going up. A proposal in Hendersonville would take it down would actually keep it at 2.25%. That means that it would not be part of the recent sales tax increase approved in Hendersonville. That meeting to discuss it starts at 7 o'clock tonight. And AI is being integrated into many aspects of life, and soon it's going to be in the pocket of iPhone users.
Pulling the wraps off what Apple is calling Apple Intelligence, AI will be integrated into iPhones, iPads, and Mac computers, revealed by Apple CEO Tim Cook in a presentation for its annual developers conference.
It's personal intelligence, and it's the next big step for Apple.
He says Apple Intelligence will be able to do things like rewrite an email to make it friendlier, create personalized emojis and pictures, and Apple promises it will be secure.
Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Right now, futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures down 134, S&P down 12, NASDAQ down 48. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in, along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver, Dan Mandis here for your Tuesday, June 11th. So, we're 3 hours in. I still have like 9 topics I haven't covered today. But, you know, when they talk about Joe Biden losing on the issues, we do see evidence of that daily. And so overnight, apparently the president has hit like another all-time low. So he's down to like 37 point something as far as an approval rating. That is really low, 37.4% at Nate Silver's 538 yesterday. Now, if you don't know who Nate Silver is, he is a world famous pollster, and 538 is his organization. And so he actually tweeted out, Nate Silver actually tweeted out the possibility of Joe Biden dropping out of the race against Donald Trump.
Look at this tremendous shift. Oh, my goodness gracious. Now to 2024. Biden's dropped by 8 points, 51%. Trump is up 12 points to 44%.
He is losing. He's underwater. And with the Israel-Hamas war and the Russia-Ukraine war.
Many national polls that show, if anything, Donald Trump seems to have an edge in this race. What is President Biden doing wrong that this is the case?
Now, I love that last part when she says, what is Joe Biden doing wrong? Why are his favorability ratings going down so much? And it's like, how do you not know this? As a fine member of our media, vast majority of the American people do not approve of Joe Biden's handling of the border and illegal immigration. So let's go ahead and provide amnesty for millions of them, which is part of the conversation that we've been having today. You've got the inflation rate is still really high and stuff is still really expensive. So yeah, there's that too.
What is President Biden doing wrong?
He keeps demonizing the former president and his supporters. There is that as well. He keeps giving billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine while all of us are suffering at home. He paid off the student loans of elite college kids while the rest of us are trying to make ends meet. So, you know, when you ask,
what is President Biden doing wrong?
Isn't it obvious? I guess my question is, what is Joe Biden doing right? Didn't we ask that one time, Johnny and Ken? We did. We asked it one time on this show. We said, is there anything that Joe Biden is actually doing right? And I'm racking my brains. I can't think of anything.
We had a lot of dead air.
We did have a lot of dead air. Had a lot of tap dancing of the host, waiting for phone calls for people to say, what did Joe Biden do right? And that was not a pretty sight. So anyway, that is why the president is not doing well in the ratings perspective. That's number one. And number two, Americans are feeling it. And so whether it is we are talking about the economy or crime, every time you turn around, there's another heinous crime committed by an illegal alien. I mean, it goes on. And a lot of our problems here in America, I kid you not, can be traced back to one thing, and that is Joe Biden taking the oath of office. Now, this is interesting, and I want to know how people feel about this. Ken has been reporting this, broke in the news today. In sweeping change, the Biden administration is going to ban medical debt from credit reports. Now, a very quick history of yours truly. My family has had some really, really tough things happen to us medically. And so I have successfully and ever so slowly dug myself out of medical debt because I care deeply, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but I care deeply about my credit score. I do, because I feel like you can get, better interest rates, and I feel like it's good to be a responsible human being and so forth. And so when I heard that the Biden administration is going to ban medical debt from credit reports, you know what? I had a bit of an issue with it. And if I heard Ken's report correctly, there's some that are worried that the medical community is not going to get paid for the services that they provide. And so that's going to be bad for the medical community. And I would just go back and say this, is that don't we as a country and don't we as a society have certain obligations to pay our bills, to pay our debts? Because basically what this is this is the Biden administration giving permission to people not to pay their medical bills. I mean, am I wrong on that? Maybe I am. In a sweeping change that could improve millions of Americans' ability to own a home or buy a car, the Biden administration will propose a rule today to ban medical debt from credit reports. Kamala Harris is going to be making the announcement. They say, our research shows that medical bills on your credit report are not even predictive of whether you'll repay another type of loan. That means people's credit scores are being unjustly and inappropriately harmed by this practice. Now, I'm going to tell you that I totally understand. I mean, I get it. I know firsthand. I've dealt with calling the hospital, calling the insurance. What is this? Why wasn't this covered? This is a bill. This is not a bill. And you have no idea what you've paid, what you haven't paid, what you're being charged with, et cetera. I actually understand that. And I thought that things got better until my faux heart attack about a month ago now? And I'm getting all kinds of weirdness from the hospitals and from the insurance company that I don't understand.
Bunch of fees,
Ken.
Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden, you get a fee from someone who actually pulled the curtain on your room
and handed me a $90 bottle of water.
Said good morning to you.
Yes,
$600 Band-Aid. Good Lord, they didn't even write a happy face on my Band-Aid, and they charged me for it. Totally kidding. The new
you
rule,
get that after you pay.
After you pay, it's a sad face, actually. The new rule would allow 22,000 more people to get approved for safe mortgages each year, meaning lenders could also benefit from the positive impact on people's credit scores by being able to approve more borrowers. I can see their point. I can, but I'm going to go back to the American people like me. We've paid our bills. We've done our duty to society, and we've met our obligations. And now all of a sudden, this is basically telling people that they do not have to meet their obligations. 15 million Americans still have $49 billion of medical debt that is hampering their scores, according to the various credit reporting agencies. They say this rule would extend the practice to all credit reporting in the U.S. because they do say, and I didn't know this, but they do say that already some major credit reporting companies have stopped using medical debt to calculate people's credit worthiness, including Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, FICO, Vantage Score, also recently started factoring medical debt less heavily into their scores.
Yeah, see, I wonder if this is just window dressing by the Biden administration.
Yeah.
If this is something that is already done, they're just trying to get out there and claim credit for it.
They get that credit. Because, I mean, aren't those pretty much all of the credit reporting companies?
From what I understand, it is. And from what I understand, I was just talking to Johnny about it. I mean, I know you get dinged if you default on a medical bill.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if whatever debt you're paying off is necessarily part of your credit score. I thought it was just after, if you default on something, you get dinged. But this makes it sound like, okay, if you have medical debt and you're paying it off, we're not going to allow the credit reporting agencies to count that towards your score. And what you just said, already some of these agencies have stopped doing that anyway.
Right. So to me, and that's a great point, Ken, which is it sounds like this is already being done, right or wrong. Now, here's the other thing that I would say about this. If the credit reporting companies, if the credit companies or whatever, they come up with this, we're not going to utilize medical payments to come up with your credit score. If that's what they choose to do as a business, well, okay. But I don't like the government telling businesses to do anything. Whose business is it of the Biden administration in the first place? So there's that aspect of it as well. And I don't know. I mean, it does look to me like this is a non-issue. It's the Biden administration ignoring all of the problems that we have in this world to try to fix a non-issue, to make it look like they're doing something when in reality, they're really not.
Oh, they wouldn't do that, Brother Dan.
No, they wouldn't. Mike says this sounds like a push toward government-run health care. They can, here's another one, $39.91. They can remove the medical reporting from the healthcare reports, but the monthly payment will still be calculated by banks for debt to income purposes. So it still won't help some people from getting loans. All this does is make the banks the bad guys again. We're late for traffic. I'm going to be the bad guy if I don't get the traffic report in. 8:17, time to check the roads. Thank you, Jack. As far as your weather today, sunny and a high of 80 degrees. And I believe Johnny told me it's 66 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The text line, boy, it really did just blow up talking about all of this. Dan, do you not get it? Rarely, if ever, 5281, do I actually get it. Dan, do you not get it? Nobody gives two craps. They could care less that you, Dan, have been responsible, just another giveaway to buy votes. Okay. 99.78, so free medical care for deadbeats. I got to find somebody who is a little more balanced. Let me see here. Keith. Keith says, I think it's a good idea. I did not choose to have medical debt. My wife was in the hospital or rehab facility about 200 days a year. Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, that's bad.
See, that's the thing. So there's people like Keith, but again, they're not forgiving the money that he owes. They're just saying that it's not going to be part of your credit score.
As long as he keeps up the payments.
As long as he Is that what they said? As long as they keep up the
that's what I'm theorizing. What I'm theorizing is that this is a non-issue.
Right.
That the Biden administration may just be trying to make itself look good by saying, we're going to make sure these credit agencies don't ding you for the medical debt that you owe when they are already.
Yeah. It's almost like a non-issue.
That. Right.
But what happens, I can also see it where all of your money, because I paid a lot of money in medical bills. Mm-hmm. So what happens if all your money, you have no money left, and the hospital and the insurance companies and everybody has just, gotten all of the money that they can get out of you, and you still can't pay it. And then they start going after your credit report. And so I do understand that side of it. I really do. But I'm also going to tell you that I don't feel really conflicted on this. I think people owe their obligations. And am I wrong on this, Ken and Johnny? Do most hospitals, they'll work with you on a payment plan, will they not?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I remember back when I was like, here's what I can afford. I can pay this for the next 75 years that I'm on Earth. Mm-hmm. But this is what I can afford. And I think by and large, they're cool with it. So
I have been for me and my family.
They did do that for you and your family?
Yep. I mean, we just set up a payment plan.
Set up a payment plan. That's all you got to do.
As long as we stuck to it, we were good.
Yeah, people are. If I had more time today, I would actually take calls on this. So maybe Chris or Matt or Brian can take some calls on it because people feel very strongly about this on both sides of the spectrum. So we'll continue to cover that all day today. 8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, the Gang of Four Amigos and a big little announcement from yours truly. Loan Pronto, Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be free of car loan debt, free of credit card debt, no personal loans, nothing? My friends at Loan Pronto can help make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. You can tap into that equity in your home today and save you money on those high-interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It only takes about 10 minutes, and yes, it is really easy as well. There's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle, just relief from those high interest payments. So call them right now and get started. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. You can find them online. It's loanpronto.com. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval. It is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
A new twist in the Covenant school shooter's writings case. A little bit more about that medical debt on your credit score we just discussed. And one town in Middle Tennessee may try to keep its grocery taxes down. We'll tell you about it at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. Why does Big Lou assume that I'm on meds?
Unless you have 4 ex-wives.
I'm working on that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding, honey. I'm just kidding. I have no plans to have any more ex-wives.
That's good.
But that's always bugged me about that commercial. Big Lou's on meds, too. I'm not on meds. And I don't know why he does that. There's just such a stupid part of that. No, whatever.
Well, he's just trying to appeal to the people that are on meds, Dan.
And have 4 ex-wives.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I want to say hello to my friend Larry. I hate you, Larry. You're my friend, but I hate you. You know what he's doing? He's trolling me on the super text line because he's sending me photographs of where he is, which is one of my favorite places, the Outer Banks.
Oh, man.
So Larry is now sending me all kinds of beach pictures.
Larry, don't do that, man.
One of I call the Outer Banks God's country. If and when I ever get to retire, that's where I want to go, is the Outer Banks. I love the Outer Banks. So anyway, I'm going there, I think, next month. Matter of fact, looking forward to it. Anyway, 828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I love Zero Res, and sadly, they've been out to my house several times now, thanks to the dog and all the rain. Now, they come over and they clean up all the mud and the mess with professional cleaners who are on time. And yes, they do a fantastic job as well. Your carpets are going to be insanely clean because only Zero Res cleans with powered water, no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. But they do have a great deal going on right now for you. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99. Now, that's a good deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99. Going to get a free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning as well, and 20% off of tile cleaning. You know, Zero Res is rated the #1 cleaning system by an independent testing lab, and I can tell you that Zero Res is #1 in my house. Now, don't forget that great deal going on right now. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $99, free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning, and 20% off of tile cleaning. Restrictions may apply. Call them today. 615-535-9376. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-535-9376 for Zero Res. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to tell you about the heat wave on the way during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, there's a new twist in the Covenant school shooters writings case. Another leak has been reported, and the judge overseeing the case may impose contempt of court charges over it. Nashville Judge Aisha Miles ordered the Tennessee Star and chief editor Michael Leahy to appear at a hearing Monday to explain how they haven't violated her order after the first leak. The Tennessee Star and Leahy claimed to have 80 pages and a suicide note from a source close to the investigation. And there's a move to remove medical debt from your credit score. Here's Elizabeth Schulze.
The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is proposing a major change for millions of Americans stifled by medical debt. The federal agency tells ABC News in an exclusive its new regulation would ban unpaid medical bills from most Americans' credit reports and could boost the typical borrower's credit score by 20 points.
Now, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says 15 million Americans have medical bills on their credit reports. And here in Middle Tennessee, one town may keep grocery prices down by tweaking the recent sales tax increase. Hendersonville's mayor and Board of City Aldermen meet tonight to discuss keeping groceries off of the recent sales tax increase, meaning the grocery tax in Hendersonville will stay at 2.25%. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures have been lower all morning ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Right now, trading is underway, and the Dow starting out down 220 points, S&P down 14, NASDAQ down 26. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:32 on WTN. So, I went through the amazing training at the Glock store here in the last couple of years, and I can say enough good things about it. They are amazing. So, no, I can't say enough good things about it. And they have an incredible opportunity for you right now to up your game. Now, this week, this Friday and Saturday, they've got a great class on precision rifle marksmanship. In other words, you're going to learn how to hit your target from nearly a half mile away. The instructor is a former Army sniper. And on Friday, this is how it's going to work. On Friday, you learn the intricacies of long-distance ballistics. And then on Saturday, listen to this. You're going to go to the McGill Family Farm and Private Shooting Facility where you'll be hitting targets from 700 meters. Now, there's only 10 students per class. There might be a few slots left, but not for long. So you've got to call them. The Glock Store in Nashville. You can find them online at glockstore.com/training and then click on classes because, again, there's only a few slots left for this long distance training. Check them out online. Again, it is glockstore.com/training. glockstore.com/training. .37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the gang of four amigos. Ken Weaver's here. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
Johnny B's here.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Chris Hand. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's up?
And I'm Dan.
You are.
Hey, Dan.
Brought to you by My Patriot Supply at preparewithmandis.com.
With Mandis Meals.
That's exactly right, Mandis Meals. We like to call them Dan Cakes in my house.
Hey, I get it. I have some Patriot Supply stuff.
Do you?
Yeah.
Isn't that stuff awesome?
Well, I haven't used it yet. I'm waiting for a nuclear apocalypse.
You know what? You want to wait for that special occasion.
That's right.
Well, that's what it's meant for.
But I have it. I have it.
Very good. Now, if there is a nuclear apocalypse, then chances are your house is going to be nuked anyway, and it probably won't matter.
So, it'll save time on cooking the food.
Yeah, the meal will be ready.
It's like the microwave and everyone else in the country will be nuclearized. All right, so very quickly, because I don't want to make this a big deal, because I don't believe that it is. But a big thing in my life is I am no longer the program director of WTN. Nope.
We're that happy, are we?
10 years is more than enough. And so we've been talking about this for a long time. And I came here for like 2 glorious months. I was not in charge of anybody. And then they made me an offer that I wasn't allowed to refuse, and they made me the program director. And because I came here from, programming stints in Colorado Springs and Denver and Fort Wayne and managerial and just all this stuff. And so they dubbed me the PD pretty much right away. And so for 10 years, I've been wearing both hats. And I got to be honest with you that when I started doing mornings, that's a tough putt, man. That is a really tough putt. And so I just, as contract negotiations were being, done, the discussion was floated of me no longer having an office and having a locker in the kitchen. And I said, heck yes. And so on top of that, no longer am I the program director, which means I don't have to be anyone else's boss, which thank the Lord. But also they've signed me to a 5-year deal.
Hey, congratulations.
Hey,
congrats, Dan.
All right, brother Dan Mandis.
So y'all can't get me out of this chair, anytime soon.
Does this deal say Ken Weaver goes home at 9:03?
No, it doesn't, Ken. You got to take that up with somebody else now.
How about 8:33?
Nope. You know what? You might be able to work in 12:01.
All right.
You might be able to work in 12:01.
All right.
Might be able to.
I mean, you've had a doozy of a decade.
Yeah, you have.
It has been nuts. You think about everything that's happened in the last 10 years?
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. And
when you got in, you thought you had already hit the floor when, Obama's president.
Oh, yeah. No.
We're going to have PD duties.
Obama was the opening act. You know what? And then Biden and COVID and all the stuff that has happened was like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
And
Well, nothing against any of the other people that have been program director, but I've been here 20 years next month. And during that time, I would say that you have been the best that we've had.
Well, I appreciate that, Johnny.
And I mean that.
That's something coming from Brother Johnny B.
Well, I got to tell you, I have been managing for 30 years. And this is by far my best experience at not only a radio station, radio group. I really like it here, and I like the people here. And it's just WTN and everyone that works here, they are like my family. And you don't always feel like that at radio stations. I might venture to say you almost never feel like that at radio stations. But here, there's only one other place that I've worked at that I felt this kind of communal friendship with my staffers, and that was in Fort Wayne. And I was there for 3 years as a program director there for 3 years. And so I like it here that much. And I'm very proud of the team that has been built here. And I believe that the station is primed for continued success. And so, for me, somebody asked me if I was, how I was feeling about all of this. And I was on the phone and I said, I'm really thinking long and hard about this as I'm sitting in my hot tub, not worrying about a damn thing, and my phone not ringing from text messages or emails or phone calls or complaints.
There you go.
So there you go.
And I have to add, Dan, I think I speak as well as for my missus, that you guys, we like you better than we do our family. So, wow. That's pretty serious.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you, Johnny, and thanks to everybody here for making my life just as easy as possible.
You're a great boss, Brother Dan.
Yes,
man.
I completely agree with that, and I'm actually really happy that you could go out on the high note with such a great last hire.
That's right. That's right.
Jeff Malinoff?
No, I was talking about me.
Oh, you were talking about you?
I was talking about me. I mean,
okay,
you make some great decisions.
Absolutely, I did. I heard Chris's air check, and I thought,
there you go.
There you go.
That's there.
Anyway, so
was that the air check where the birds aren't real? Is that the one? And you said,
let's fact check that.
This guy's got it.
Yeah.
When you said dinosaurs, I don't believe him. Not a fan.
Oh, man.
Not a fan.
Yeah, how do you know they roar?
That was so funny. That was funny.
It doesn't make any sense. I still stand by that.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what's nice, then we're going to move on, is just leaving here at 9. And in all seriousness, I got nothing to do.
I don't know how you did it for as long as you did it.
Boy, me
because
either.
you get up at, and this is inside baseball, but Dan's up at like 1 a.m. prepping the morning show.
Yeah.
And then come 1 in the afternoon, he's dealing with management.
Yeah.
Still.
And then complaints, and then people calling him at all hours
day.
all day long.
Incredibly enough, you can't tell that I do all that prep, can you, with this show? Hey, speaking of which, we got a version of Joe Biden. What the hell did he say? You ready?
All right.
This is Biden. This was last night at the Juneteenth party at the White House.
What? I don't know. I had something to say, but I'm just.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
Nah, I probably shouldn't.
you're kind of getting like old Joe, aren't you?
All right, here's Joe Biden.
She knows so long as she was 9.
Now, earlier, when we did that at 5:30, we were trying to figure out what in the world did he say.
She knows so long as she was 9.
You have any idea?
She knew los sola Sinai.
Yeah.
She knows so long as she was 9.
It's almost like he's speaking a different language. He's speaking Bidenese.
He's speaking Bidenese.
When the economy's great and the border's closed.
He's speaking drunkenese. I heard that coming out of a bar at Broadway.
Did you see the video of him where the music is playing and he's just frozen?
Yes.
He's frozen.
Well, I said earlier, this is the music they were playing. I said earlier, it's like he's got concrete hands. Do you know what I mean?
He looks like it's mannequin hands.
Yes, it's like mannequin hands.
And it's like he's been embalmed already.
And he's surrounded by, all these people that are, you got Doug Malinoff. He's out there, or whatever, Doug Enhoff.
And who's the actor in the dress?
Billy Porter. He's wearing a dress.
Billy
and
Porter's
high
over
heels
there wearing a dress. You see that?
Well, this morning, Chris, you missed this. Ken decided to talk about Billy Porter. This is what it sounded like.
Who is Billy Porter?
He's an actor.
Why is he wearing a dress?
He's LBGT.
He's what?
Okay. You know what I'm doing.
LGBTQIA2+.
He's gay, and he wears women's clothing from time to time, and he's doing it here, and
it doesn't look good.
It's not a good look.
There you go.
I
tried.
That was the most fun I've had this morning.
I tried to do it the right way, but then I just, rather than being, I guess, woke, I had to go back to sleep. And they say he's gay, and he wears a dress, and he doesn't look good doing it.
It's like, he's gay, okay? He's gay.
He's gay. I couldn't get it out.
Oh,
it reminds me of that time that Trudeau tried to say it.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
That's what you reminded me of. I'm looking for it. I'm like hunting that clip down.
Very funny.
But here's the thing, man. And I'm telling you, it looks like they have powdered Biden white, powdered his hair white, and given him colored eye lenses or contacts.
Yeah.
He does not look real.
And I love the dude next to him that's trying to get some life out of him, that he's kind of patting him, and then next tries to get him a fist bump.
Yeah. Pointing something out to get him to look at something. I'm telling you, man, he was on autopilot during that thing.
Yeah, he was zonked.
I had a weird thing happen yesterday. We got one more Biden. I'm going to do this real quick, though. I had a weird thing happen at the house yesterday. Guy comes in. We are being overrun in my neighborhood, not with pests, but with pest control companies.
Yes.
Like every couple of days, it's like, and I am sleeping. And so dude knocks on the door and my dog is barking. Riker's going crazy. Amy's clearly annoyed. And so I have to get up and answer the door. And it was so awkwardly bizarre because he kept wanting me to give him a high five.
What?
Who did?
What?
The guy at the door. He was like, give me a high five. And I'm like,
give me a high five.
Yeah, it was so.
Is that like a new sales technique? Like
I don't
become
know.
friends.
Yeah. Do a fist bump.
Yeah, it was like, okay, I gave him a couple of high fives and I told him to get off my lawn.
You gave him a couple high fives?
Well, what else was I supposed to do?
I feel like the limit's one with a stranger.
Yeah, maybe one. I have to really think about it.
Way, man.
High fives? I feel like this tally's going to rise as the story goes on.
No, there was only two. There was only two high fives.
7 high fives.
Did you do the backhand shake and everything like that?
No, I didn't do all that, but I
invited him in for some Patriot Supply meals. And
I went into Amy. I said, he wanted me to give him high fives. I didn't really understand it, but I wanted him to leave, so I just kept doing it. All right.
If I do one more, will you go?
I mean, that's basically how I felt, but I don't understand, like, all these pest control companies, and they all say the same thing, which is, hey, we're talking to, other people in the neighborhood, we're
That's the standard line.
It's like, well, how is that possible? Because I've had like 15 of you people out here in a week.
Roofers do the same thing.
Yeah, we had those coming around our neighborhood, too.
Oh, yeah.
Those
my
and
goodness
water purification system cells.
Yes, that's another one.
We've detected some elements in your water, and your neighbors are talking about it.
Well, I've never had somebody come to the door wanting high fives.
I never have either. That's a new one.
That was a new one on me. And
that's like David Puddy in that Seinfeld episode where he became a salesman. He became a car salesman rather than a mechanic and started high five.
Yeah.
All right. We got another word. What does Biden say? Just listen to this. Listen to this.
They're old ghosts in new garments trying to take us back. Well, there are. Taking away your freedoms, making it harder for black people to vote. Or have your vote counted. Closing doors of opportunity.
Right.
Attacking the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Oh,
you can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay. Trying to erase and rewrite history.
Did you hear that last part?
Okay.
There's one part of this where it's like...
You can believe it, banning books about black experiences. Okay.
I'm telling you, man, a fly flew in his mouth.
Okay.
You were joking earlier.
It's a June bug. June bug went down his throat.
Johnny saw me at the beginning of the show laughing hysterically, which never happens.
Okay.
Arrow was like, I thought he was doing good for a second because he got DEI right this time.
He did.
The last time he brought up DEI, it was diversity, equality, and inclusion. It's like, that's not it. You missed it.
Yeah.
He's like, these are our core values. So I was thinking he's doing good, but then
I just for whatever reason, I just.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I love the okay at the end. Okay.
I think that is one of my all-time favorite Biden clips.
Can we hear it one more time?
Yes, you can. Oh, man. If Biden actually had my phone number and he called me, that'd be his ringtone.
Okay.
Let's see here. So we found the great Justin Trudeau clip that Chris was talking about earlier. And this is Justin Trudeau as he shanked LGBTQ, kind of like our brother Ken this morning.
I will never apologize for standing up for an LGBTQ2 plus.
Who is Billy Porter?
He's an actor.
Why is he wearing a dress?
He's
For an LGBTQ.
You guys both have the sad sigh at the end. Did you notice that? Did you notice that?
Just give up.
It's very frustrating.
You both have that I'm over this sigh.
I just finally, all right, he's gay and he's wearing a dress.
It's a party, dude. What did you want him to wear?
That's what I got to break it down
The
to.
great thing
man.
is, it's a party dress he's wearing. Oh, my goodness
Here's
gracious.
the thing. Next time it comes up in one of my newscasts, I know I'm going to trip over it now. I've been able to get through that in every newscast, but the next one that comes up, I'm going to run all over it.
Oh, man.
Well, you know what's going to make you, Ken? That's right.
That is the best Dan Mandisism. That beats the Breakfast Club.
All right, we got to go. That was funny. I didn't realize how, the problem is I don't realize how bad these things sound until Johnny starts airing them for his own pleasure.
The double snap.
For people on the radio, I just did the double snap.
He did the snap.
Yes.
Better recognize.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All righty. Ken.
Yeah, Brother Dan Mandis.
Hold on.
What's coming up, Ken?
What's coming up, Brother Ken?
Ken, what's coming up in the news at 9?
Well, jurors are deliberating the Hunter Biden gun trial. We'll see if there's a verdict today. Another twist in the Covenant school shooters writings case here in Nashville coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. And Chris Hand, what is coming up after the news at 9?
Well, Nancy Pelosi and January 6th. She takes responsibility for no National Guard. I got all the audio. I got old articles of people telling us we were crazy and we were conspiracy theorists. I have all of it. I have flashback audio from Byron Donalds and more. Plus, the West will rise again. European elections are going pretty well.
Yeah.
And the mayor of Canada, he had a statement, and he's very nervous.
All right, 8:50. They're coming for him next. 8:54 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Why do I shop at Brentwood Jewelry? Well, for a lot of reasons, actually. They have a huge selection of anything that you're looking for. Listen, Father's Day is coming up Sunday. That's this coming Sunday, June 16th, as a matter of fact. So that means that you should be getting something for Dad. How about maybe a watch? Brentwood Jewelry has all the best brands, and you'll be able to find something within your budget. So no matter the season or the reason, Brentwood Jewelry has all kinds of gift options for you to choose from. I also, by the way, love when you walk into Brentwood Jewelry. They've got all kinds of American flags everywhere. This is a great American company that appreciates conservative values. Located in the heart of Brentwood at 7012 Church Street East, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Shop in store or online at BrentwoodJewelry.com.
The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.